Hey guys, tonight we're doing something a little different. You're not falling asleep in your own cozy bed. Nope. Tonight, you're stumbling across the Central Asian steppe, wind howling in your ears, your boots soaked through from yesterday's sleet, and your stomach gnawing at itself after 3 days of dried barley and regret. You're a simple merchant, minding your own business, with nothing more dangerous on your mind than maybe a blister or two. But then, you hear it? A sound. Low at first. A distant hum, like a storm grumbling behind the horizon. But storms don't gallop. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know where you're watching from and what time it is right now. Always love seeing how far this sleepy little channel reaches. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You hear the hoofbeats before you even spot the dust. The rhythm is strange, fast, but steady. Too steady. Not the wild pounding of a stampede. These hooves mean business. Someone, or something, is riding with purpose. And that purpose seems to be you. You freeze. That dumb kind of freeze where your brain tries to turn into a tree and pretend nobody will notice. But your brain also knows what's coming. The stories, the whispered names, the ones your grandfather told about the men with bows who never missed, who moved like shadows on horseback, who left no walls standing and no people living unless they were useful. Your throat goes dry. That kind of dry that no amount of water can fix, because this isn't thirst. It's fear, sliding its cold fingers down your spine. The dust cloud is clearer now, low to the ground, wide. It's not just one rider. It's a hunting party. You should run. But your legs aren't quite convinced. They're having a little meeting. One leg votes for stay and assess. The other is very much in the run like you stole something camp. You pick run. And just in time. The whistle of the first arrow passes so close to your left ear, it might have clipped a memory on the way by. You duck instinctively, which is hilarious because arrows don't come back for second chances. But your body doesn't know that. It just knows it almost died. You start sprinting, which is a strong word for what you're doing. Because you're not a soldier. You're not a marathon runner. And you're definitely not used to running for your life. Your pack bounces against your back with every awkward step, reminding you that you foolishly brought copper trinkets and silk samples. Very useful when trying to outrun history's most efficient mobile death squad. The sound of hooves is louder now. The steppe stretches endlessly ahead. No trees, no rocks, not even a bush to hug goodbye. Just grass and sky and the pounding of destiny. Historians still argue whether the Mongols used scouts on foot for close-range ambushes. Doesn't matter. These guys aren't sneaking. They want you to know. And they're close. One breaks formation and veers to the side, galloping wide like a wolf flanking prey. His bow rises. Your feet slip in the grass as you pivot, trying to stay unpredictable. You've heard the trick. Never run in a straight line from archers. You zigzag, like a drunk squirrel. Elegant? No. Effective? Hopefully. Arrow 2 is less poetic. It thuds into the ground where you would have been a second ago. The earth spits it back up, as if even the steppe finds it rude. You're now gasping, wheezing, heart hammering so hard you expect it to burst through your ribs, hand you a resignation letter, and storm off. The riders are closer. Your brain is doing that thing again, whispering facts you didn't ask for, like how Mongol horse archers train from the age of 5, how they could hit targets while galloping backwards, how their horses were practically born in motion, drinking fermented mare's milk and listening to conquest lullabies. You glance back. Bad idea. The lead rider is maybe 100 yards behind now. His face is unreadable, not in a cold, heartless way, just professional, like you're a package to deliver or a weed to remove. No anger, no joy, just the job. His armor is simple, layers of leather, probably boiled and hardened. Functional, flexible, meant for motion, not theatrics. His bow? Composite, curved, efficient, designed for fast shots while riding full tilt. His quiver bounces lightly against his thigh, almost cheerfully. The guy's probably humming. You try to find humor in this, because humor is the last thing your body will let you do before it switches off. Why are they chasing you? You're just a merchant. You carry no secrets, no weapons, no value. Unless someone thought you might lead them to a town, or worse, someone else already told them your caravan exists. It doesn't matter. They're here now, and you're running. The Mongols weren't just fast. They were relentless. Their horses, short and scrappy, could outlast almost anything on the steppe. You, on the other hand, are a human in badly laced boots and a tunic that smells like old bread. You crest a slight hill, panting, your legs burning. No help, no sign of allies, just the wind, the sky, the terrifying realization that you might be about to become a footnote in someone else's warning story. And it's only just begun. Section 2. You stumble. Just once. A slight trip over a half-buried rock. But that's all it takes to spike your heart into a fresh panic. You catch yourself, wobble upright, and keep going. Because stopping, even for a moment, feels like volunteering for an arrow to the spine. The pounding behind you never lets up. No shouts, no screams, just hooves and the occasional whistle of death slicing through air. One grazes the grass beside you. Another thunks into the dirt a little ahead. You don't look back anymore. You don't need to. You feel them, like a storm on your skin. You're being herded, like a deer driven toward a cliff edge. Your brain scrambles for options, routes, tricks, prayers, anything. You think about doubling back. Then remember that one of their favorite tactics is to make you do just that, to push and prod and spook until you turn into their second team. You're a one-man stampede now. Your breathing's getting ragged. Not the cute kind of ragged, like in romantic novels where someone flees into the woods. No, this is the kind where your lungs feel like collapsing in protest and your stomach tries to negotiate with your knees. Then it hits you. This isn't just a chase. This is a game. Because if they'd wanted you dead, you'd be dead. They're not missing because they can't aim. They're missing because they're choosing to. Like a cat letting the mouse dance a little before it gets bored. That realization does not help your confidence. Historians still argue whether Mongol hunting tactics were directly transferred to human prey, or if it was simply a shared mindset. Precision, efficiency, control. But right now, it feels like you're the rabbit in a field of trained falcons. The steppe stretches before you, unforgiving. No roads, no boulders, just that wind again, cold, cruel, and completely indifferent to your suffering. You scan desperately for anything. A ravine, a copse of trees, even a large molehill you could use as cover. Nothing. But then, there, in the far distance, a patch of slightly raised terrain. Maybe a hill. It's not much, but it's something. A place to break line of sight. Maybe enough to slow them down. You set your course. Every step feels heavier now. Your legs are moving on pure momentum, powered by whatever primal survival spark still burns in the back of your skull. Behind you, the rhythm of hooves changes. A few riders break formation again, fanning wide like wings. Still, no words. Just those hoofbeats, which now thud like war drums directly into your spine. And that's when it happens. An arrow hits your pack. Not you, just the pack. You hear the twang thud and feel the sudden jolt on your back. It doesn't pierce all the way through, but it knocks the breath from you anyway. Your trinkets spill out. Brass pins, painted beads, a delicate bit of silk from Samarkand. Useless now, glinting in the dirt like broken dreams. You keep running. The hill is closer. Not much, but closer. The grass thickens here, uneven. Your ankles protest with every step. You start to mutter under your breath. Nothing coherent, just a string of nonsense syllables meant to convince your body it's not about to quit. Your lips are cracked. Your chest heaves. The sky stretches forever. A blue canvas smeared with dust and despair. And still, they come. The Mongols weren't just warriors. They were a system. Each rider a cog in a devastating machine. They trained in units, moved like liquid, communicated with flags and signals. You've heard they could cross entire rivers without breaking pace, their gear wrapped in waterproofed leather, their bows tucked into polished bone cases to keep the string dry. They didn't ride horses, they wore them. You reach the hill. It's barely a rise, honestly, but to your eyes, it might as well be Mount Olympus. You scramble up the side, every muscle screaming. At the top, you fall to your knees, not in prayer, just gravity finally winning around. From here, you look back. They're still coming, but slower now, calculating, reassessing, and, oh, great, spreading out again. You think about hiding, maybe in the tall grass near the ridge. Maybe they'll pass you. Maybe they'll assume you fell off a cliff and died like a proper, polite victim. You crawl into a little hollow in the slope. Tuck yourself low. Press your face to the earth. Your heart sounds like thunder in your ears. And then, silence. No hoofbeats, no whistles, just the wind again. This moment, this pause, it's worse than the chase. Because now, your brain has room to imagine. Are they circling? Waiting? Did they see you? You want to believe they didn't. That maybe, just maybe, your pathetic merchant instincts outwitted one of the deadliest fighting forces in history. And then, you hear it. One rider, slow, purposeful, coming up the hill. You squeeze yourself flatter into the grass. You think about stillness, about breathing so shallow your lungs might forget how to inflate again. Your hand clutches a bit of root like it's a weapon. The hoofbeats stop. Silence. Then, the soft creak of leather. Someone dismounted. A shadow passes across your patch of grass. He's close enough that you can smell the horse. That musky, sweaty smell of saddle-warmed fur. And something else. A faint scent of fermented milk. Kumis. Classic. You don't move. Not a twitch. And then, nothing. No sound. Did he leave? You wait. 5 seconds. 10. 30. You raise your head 1 inch. No one there. But the hoof prints, fresh, right beside you, and going in the other direction. They knew you were here, and they left you. Why? You don't know, but you do know this. They're not done yet. This was just a test, and you just barely passed. Section 3. You lie there for a long time. Long enough for your fingers to go numb gripping a clump of grass. Long enough that the sweat on your back starts to cool and turn clammy beneath your tunic. The silence isn't comforting. It's suspicious, like the calm eye of a storm that forgot to finish wrecking your life. Eventually, your muscles start to twitch, not with energy. Oh no, those batteries are fried. But from that weird exhaustion where your body starts taking back control from your panic. You slowly, so slowly, roll onto your side. Every joint pops in protest. The hill stretches down behind you. No movement, no dust, no shadows. It's like the steppe itself hit pause. You sit up. Bad choice. Pain rushes in from about 9 different directions. Knees, back, neck, some weird muscle in your side that you didn't know existed until now. You hiss softly. Not from injury exactly, just from realizing you're still a meat sack that can feel pain. Then your eyes catch something glinting near your feet. The arrow. The one that hit your pack. It had tumbled down the hill beside you. You pick it up. It's light, lighter than you expected. The shaft is slender, made from birch or willow, maybe. The feathers are dark, trimmed, sharp, fletched at an angle for spin. The head? Barbed. Deadly. Not decorative, a tool. You flip it over in your hand. It's strange, isn't it? To hold the thing meant to end you. You almost feel like you should say thanks. Hey, arrow, appreciate the mercy shot. Historians still debate how standardized Mongol arrows were. Some say they used different tips for different tasks. Armor-piercing, fire arrows, even whistling ones, to confuse and intimidate. And this one? Just a standard killer. No bells, no whistles, but effective. You tuck it into your belt, because souvenirs are fun, even if they come from your own almost murder. You rise, slowly, legs stiff and shaky. The hill gave you cover, but not safety. They're still out there, watching, planning, maybe waiting for you to run again so they can finish the game. Or maybe they moved on. Maybe. You descend the far side of the hill. It's gentler here. The grass grows taller. The wind carries the scent of something faintly smoky. Maybe a camp. Maybe a burned village. Hard to say. You walk now, not because you're safe, but because running isn't an option anymore. Your body's tapped out. It's miracle walking now. And as you limp forward, your mind begins to do something dangerous. It remembers. It remembers stories, whispers from other traders, muttered in markets, shared over bowls of hot broth in desert outposts, about the Mongol horse archers. They don't charge like knights. They don't ride in screaming. No banners flapping. No drama. They arrive like a rumor. And if you're lucky, you get to see them leave. They ride in small groups, 5, 10, maybe 20, but always part of something bigger. Their composite bows are layered from wood, horn, and sinew, glued together with fish bladder and nightmares. Their draw strength is terrifying, and they don't just shoot when standing still. Oh no. They shoot while galloping, backwards, sideways, mid-turn. It's like their bodies were made to shoot, and their horses were born to dance. You remember one bizarre tidbit you heard from a drunken scholar in Khiva. The Mongols could hit a bird mid-flight if they were bored enough. Probably not true. Probably. But looking back at your near-death dance across the grass, you're no longer betting against those odds. You crest another gentle rise and spot something new. Hoof prints. Dozens of them. All fresh. Some deep, from heavy gallops. Some lighter. All heading west. West is, well, worse. That's where your trade route leads. And probably where your fellow merchants, your friends, if you're being generous, are camped. You weren't the only one on this trip. There were 10 of you, last count. 10 wagons, 20 oxen, a few guards with rusty spears and loud opinions. You were ahead, scouting a faster path. You might be the only one left. The thought hits your gut like a rock. You follow the tracks. Because what else are you going to do? You need water, food. Maybe someone's alive. Maybe. The sun moves overhead, turning the steppe into a giant frying pan. Your tunic sticks to your skin. Your lips are sandpaper. Every few steps you stumble. But you keep going. Because now, it's not just fear pushing you. It's guilt. If they were attacked, if the Mongols used you to find them, then you helped lead the wolves to the pen. You spot something in the distance. Dark shapes. Broken lines. You limp closer. And then your heart sinks. Wagons. Burned. Scattered gear. A wheel. Split like a snapped bone. You cover the last few yards. Slowly. Like approaching a grave. There's no smoke. This happened hours ago. Maybe last night. The fire's cold. The bodies are gone. That's the strangest part. No bodies. Just a few bloodstains in the grass. Some scattered belongings. A child's doll, charred and half-buried. The Mongols took everything. Not just supplies. People. You scan the ground. The hoof prints are everywhere now, crisscrossing, organized, controlled chaos. They knew exactly what they were doing. One quirky detail catches your eye. Tiny horseshoes. Mongol ponies didn't always wear them, but some commanders insisted. Easier on rocky ground, more stable in long campaigns. You crouch and touch one print. Still soft, still recent. They're close, maybe not chasing anymore, but nearby. You hear a sound. Not hooves this time. A distant horn. Low. Long. Like a call across the void. Then silence. You drop to one knee, your breath held tight in your throat. Nothing. Just the wind again. The steppe is quiet. Too quiet. Section 4. The silence is not your friend. It wraps around you like a cold blanket. And every second it lingers, your imagination gets bolder. What if they're just over the next hill? What if the horn wasn't a call to someone, but a signal that you have been found again? You crouch lower, half hidden behind the scorched ribs of a wagon, peeking between the blackened spokes. Every instinct is screaming to run. But run where? There's no city, no fort, no friendly farmhouse offering bread and awkward hospitality. Just open steppe. A big, flat, absolutely useless canvas where the only thing taller than the grass is you. You press your body low to the ground again, tasting ash and dirt on your tongue. The earth is still warm here. The fire wasn't that long ago. You wonder how long the Mongols stayed. Hours? Minutes? Were they here while you were on that hill, praying to the gods of bad decisions? One thing's clear. They're not chasing you anymore. They're hunting. And hunting requires patience. They're not blundering. They're watching, waiting for movement, for panic. Because nothing's easier to shoot than something stupid enough to stand up and announce its survival with a flailing sprint. You scan the ruins carefully. It's a mess, yes, but there's something methodical about it. The wagons were hit at angles, some burned, others flipped, the canvas tarps shredded, but not all looted. Some supplies are untouched. That's weird. Mongols didn't leave things behind unless... Oh, they're coming back. You sink lower, heart pounding like a war drum in your ears. Historians still argue whether Mongol raiders staged multiple visits to the same location, or if it was a psychological tactic to keep survivors on edge. Either way, the message is clear. Don't relax. You crawl, inch by inch, away from the camp ruins. The grass tickles your cheeks. Your arms ache. Your pack is gone, and honestly, you don't miss it. A fancy bolt of silk isn't worth dying for, unless you plan to be buried in it. You reach the edge of the camp and freeze again. Something moves. Not fast, not large, just a flicker. You hold your breath. A rider, far off, silhouetted against the sky, like a cutout from some ancient nightmare. He's not moving fast, just standing there, on a low rise, watching. You do the world's slowest army crawl into the grass, again. Honestly, at this point, you deserve a medal for commitment to dirt. You stay still. He stays still. Two statues separated by fear. And then, just as calmly as he appeared, he turns his horse and rides away. No signal. No shout. Just gone. That's worse, honestly. Because now he knows. Knows someone lived. And told someone else. Which means this game isn't over. This is Chapter 2. You wait a full 10 minutes before sitting up. Your knees are officially enemies now. Your back has started composing poetry about its suffering. But you have to move. You head toward the edge of the camp again. This time, toward the pile of what used to be a cooking station. Charred pots. Cracked bowls. One of the guard's short spears, blackened but intact. You take it. It's probably ceremonial at this point, but still, it feels good to hold something, to have anything between you and the next arrow. Then you see it, just off the main wagon path. A trail, not hoofprints this time, footprints, small ones, running, deep, fresh. They lead away through a slight dip in the terrain toward a line of rocks that could generously be called a hiding spot. You follow them, slowly, quietly. And there, behind a cluster of jagged stones and one very confused lizard, is a boy, maybe 10 years old, eyes wide, face smeared with ash, clutching a leather pouch to his chest like it holds his entire life, which, honestly, it might. You freeze. He freezes. You do the universal gesture of please don't scream, which mostly involves wide eyes and very slow hand movements. He doesn't run. That's something. You whisper, I'm not one of them. He blinks. You whisper again. Are you hurt? He shakes his head, barely. You offer him water, except you have none. Good start. Instead, you sit slowly, showing him your empty hands. You point back toward the burned wagons. He nods. Once, then looks away. He saw it all. And he lived. You want to ask questions. So many. But you don't. You just sit. Let the silence do its work. The boy's pouch is stitched with a pattern, something from the western reaches. Decorative, handmade, probably from his mother. He clutches it tighter. You both sit like that for a while. Two fugitives, too tired to be scared, too scared to move. Eventually, he speaks. Just one word. They'll come back. You nod. You know. You both know. You decide to move. He follows. No words, just a shared understanding. The open steppe is a death sentence, and standing still is asking for the gods of arrows to notice you. You angle toward a shallow gully in the distance. It's not cover, but it's something. As you go, you hear something that makes your skin crawl. Laughter? Not loud, not joyful. Just one rider, off in the distance, watching, laughing. Not because this is funny, but because it's easy. Section 5. The laughter dies down before it ever reaches you, swallowed by the wind like a cruel secret. But it clings to your bones. It wasn't the belly laugh of a man amused. It was short, flat, like someone chuckling at a chess piece that moved exactly as expected. You and the boy keep moving. The gully isn't much, more of a shallow dip in the land than anything that could reasonably be called shelter. But at this point, a ditch is a castle. You slide down first, careful not to lose your grip on the dusty slope, then motion for him to follow. He doesn't hesitate. That makes you feel worse, because kids are supposed to hesitate, before crawling into holes with strangers. But this one, he moves like he already knows the world doesn't play fair. You both crouch low, backs against the dirt wall, trying to slow your breathing. He's quiet, alert, and very clearly used to being invisible. Which makes sense. Mongol raids didn't leave much space for innocence. You try to count your heartbeats. 60, 70, 130. Still pounding. Your body hasn't decided whether to pass out or jump out of your skin. You glance at the boy. "Name?" you whisper. He shrugs. "Okay then. You're Guy and Kid now." That works. He pulls something from his pouch, a strip of dried meat. Offers half to you. You blink. Because generosity? Out here? Now? You take it with a nod, and it tastes like salted bark. But it's something. The first real food you've had since the chase began. It reminds you of those little things that used to matter. Sitting around campfires, listening to stories, complaining about sore feet and stubborn camels. Now sore feet would be a luxury. A few minutes pass in the gully. The wind whistles gently above you. Occasionally, a shadow flits across the sky. Just a bird, you tell yourself. Definitely not a scout. And then, thud. You freeze. The boy tenses. Another thud. Closer. Not hooves. Not yet. Just something falling. You risk a peek over the edge, and what you see nearly makes you laugh. Almost. A sheep. Just one. Wandering alone, nibbling at the grass like this isn't the most cursed patch of earth since the Garden of Eden shut its gates. Its wool is dirty and matted, but it looks healthy enough. The boy stands slowly, eyes wide. He looks at you like he just saw a river appear in the desert. You know what he's thinking. Food, and maybe a little something else. Hope. But as he starts to climb out, you hold him back. Because you see something else. A second shadow. Lower this time. And then, a rider. Not charging, not searching, just watching the sheep. Like it's bait. You pull the boy back down gently. His eyes flare in silent protest. But you shake your head. "They're testing," you whisper. It makes sense. Mongol tactics weren't just about overwhelming force. They used tricks, decoys, misdirection. They'd send small units to harass, then flank with the real attack. They'd fake retreats to lure out defenders, then strike when defenses thinned. Even their livestock wasn't safe from strategy. Historians still debate whether the Mongols intentionally used animals as psychological traps. But stories exist. Sheep wandering into enemy lines, followed by arrows. Horses left hobbled in plain sight. And always, always a pair of eyes nearby. The sheep moves off. The rider follows, slowly. The trap resets. You and the boy stay low. It's hard, though. That moment with the sheep, it stung because it reminded you how desperately hungry you are, how close you were to grabbing something, anything, that felt like control again. But control doesn't exist out here. Not when the riders are near. You wait another hour, maybe 2. Long enough for the sun to lower on the horizon. Long enough for shadows to stretch and blur. And then the boy speaks again. "They took my brother. It's not loud, not emotional, just factual. Like someone reciting market prices. You don't know what to say, so you don't say anything. Instead, you let the silence stretch again. He seems okay with that. Like silence is the only adult he trusts now. You rise eventually, slowly, cautiously. No arrows, no movement, just wind. You motion to him. Let's find water. He nods. Because water, like hope, is the kind of thing you can't not chase. You move west again, keeping low, using the terrain for cover where you can. You start to notice things, little patterns in the land, animal trails, worn grass, subtle signs that someone's been through here. And then, by what can only be divine sarcasm or sheer luck, you find a stream, thin, slow, barely more than a trickle, but it's wet and moving and real. You both drop to your knees and drink like animals. No shame, just thirst. Cool, clean, earthy water. It tastes like a second chance. You fill a cracked gourd nearby, rinse your face, even splash some over your aching knees. And that's when you hear it. A distant clatter. Not hoofbeats, not thunder, but drums. Real ones. Deep. Rhythmic. The kind that announce something is coming. Not a raiding party. A column. A Mongol column. You crawl up a nearby ridge, and what you see is both horrifying and mesmerizing. Hundreds of riders, formed in neat rows, flags flapping, wagons rumbling behind them, supply carts, herded livestock, even foot soldiers dragging siege gear. An army, not scattered bands, not hunters. The real thing, a Mongol war machine. Historians always come back to this. The Mongol army wasn't just fast. It was organized. They moved like clockwork, advanced in waves, carried engineers, translators, scribes. They planned conquest like a symphony. Every rider had a role. Every commander knew their numbers. And now they're here, crossing the land like it belongs to them already. The boy sees it too. His face doesn't change, because he already knew. You're the one catching up. And now you're not just running from a few scouts. You're in the path of the whole storm. Section 6. You stay crouched on the ridge, eyes fixed on the marching mass below. You've never seen anything like it. You expected chaos, wild horsemen riding in spirals, screaming like demons from legend. But this is organized. The formation moves like a living thing. No shouting, no confusion, just an eerie, fluid precision. Like the entire army shares one brain, and it's very, very focused. You spot what must be the officers, riders in slightly finer armor, their horses larger, their movements a little more deliberate. They're not barking orders, they just gesture, and ranks shift like murmuring grass. Your mind scrambles for reference points. Is this what Rome looked like? The Persians? The Greeks? But no, none of them moved like this. Not this far. Not this fast. And then you remember, they're not just riding. They're moving civilization. Behind the riders come carts, dozens, some full of supplies, tools, dried food, barrels of mare's milk. Others carry extra bows, shields, quivers of arrows, neatly bundled like wheat. One cart is loaded with rolled-up paper scrolls and ink pots. They're not just killing, they're recording it. The boy beside you doesn't look impressed. He just watches quietly, like someone observing a tide come in. There's nothing to stop, just something to survive. You lean closer to him, whispering, "We can't stay here." He nods. No argument. You both back away from the ridge, belly crawling down the opposite side, like two snails retreating from a boot. Every motion is slow, careful. Your ribs ache. Your legs burn. But you move. Because this parade of precision is not something you want to become part of. Historians still argue whether the Mongol formations were truly pre-drilled for every battle, or if their coordination came from shared instinct and endless practice. Either way, the result was the same: pure terror for anyone in their path. You reach the bottom of the slope and exhale, and that's when the boy stops. He tilts his head. You freeze. He points, just once, toward a cluster of low bushes ahead. You see it too now. A glint. Metal. Movement. You grip the little guard's spear like it's your last friend in the world. Then a voice calls out. Not Mongolian, not a war cry, just a harsh whisper. "Who's there?" You blink. You weren't expecting that. The bushes part slightly. A man, tall, gaunt, clearly just as terrified as you are, emerges, holding a short, curved blade. His clothes are a mix of silk and bloodstains. Merchant. Like you. He sees your weapon, sees the boy, and lowers his blade. You're alive, he says, like it's more surprising than winning a dice game with no fingers. You nod. He beckons you in. There are 4 others hidden in the thicket. 2 women, an older man with a bandaged leg, and a teen girl with a longbow, strung, ready, and shaking in her hands. Survivors. You almost laugh, because what are the odds? In a sea of steppe and destruction, you found the one spot where the living gathered to not die for a few more hours. You crawl in, and the smell hits you. Fear, sweat, unwashed bodies, and something else, smoke-soaked cloth. You fit right in. No one speaks for a while. Then one of the women finally says, "Did you see them?" You nod. She shakes her head slowly. "They don't stop. We've been hiding since yesterday." The man, Rafik, you learn later, explains that they were part of a larger group fleeing from a nearby village. Heard the drums before dawn. Scattered. Only these few made it this far. "We thought they might spare the village," he says, laughing bitterly. "They sent an envoy, offered tribute." What happened? "They took the envoy, then sent back his head, on fire." That's new. You sit in silence. One of those heavy silences that doesn't need words. Everyone here has lost something. Maybe someone. Maybe everything. And yet, here you are, in a bush with strangers, plotting how to stay a moving target. The boy eats the rest of his dried meat, offers a piece to the girl with the bow. She hesitates, then takes it. They share the kind of look only kids who've both seen too much can understand. You finally ask, "What now?" No one answers, because there is no plan, no map, just distance and fear. Someone mutters, "We should head for the river, cross it, maybe lose them." Someone else replies, "They have boats now." Great. You lean your head back against the earth. It's warm, almost comfortable, like a bad joke. And for a moment, just one small, treacherous moment, you imagine giving up, lying here, letting the riders find you. Maybe they'll be quick. Maybe... No. You force the thought away, because there's still a chance. A tiny one. And sometimes, a tiny chance is enough. The group agrees to move at dusk. The Mongols move fast, but they don't like what they can't see. The darkness gives you a sliver of an edge. Maybe. You rest while you can, half asleep, one eye open. The boy curls beside you like a stray dog. You're not a hero, not a warrior, but he trusts you now. And somehow, that's worse than pressure. It's purpose. The sun begins to dip. You gather what little you have. A knife. That guard's spear. A piece of dried fruit someone shares, like it's gold. You look east. That's where they came from. And west? That's where you're going. Into darkness. Into open land. Into more of the unknown. But this time, you're not alone. Section 7. The moment the sun slips behind the horizon, the temperature drops like a betrayal. The warm dust of the day becomes cold grit between your toes. Your clothes, already sweat-soaked and stiff, now cling to you with icy fingers. The boy shivers beside you. The others, the girl with the bow, the limping man, the wide-eyed merchant, they all start to move like shadows peeling off the edge of the earth. You've never walked so carefully in your life. Each step is a decision. Grass or stone, soft ground or the occasional animal trail. Even your breath feels too loud. You start breathing through your nose, not because it's better, but because someone else did. And now, it's the rule. The moon rises in slivers, thin and sharp. The kind of moon that offers just enough light to trick you into seeing things that aren't there. Shapes shift in the tall grass. Sometimes a bird takes off suddenly, and your entire spine turns to glass. Still, you press on. Your little group moves like a dream you're half trying to wake from. No talking, just the occasional gesture. A nod, a hiss when someone trips on a hidden route. You lead for a while, only because no one else wants to. You don't know the land, but you do know how to walk quietly. And that earns you more points than knowledge right now. Then you smell something strange. Not the earthy, grassy, slightly poop-adjacent scent of the open plains. No. Smoke. Faint. Distant. But definitely there. You raise a hand. Everyone stops. The girl with the bow moves beside you, eyes squinting toward the horizon. She lifts a hand slowly, 3 fingers in the air. Signal. You don't know what it means, but it feels right and terrifying. Then you see it. A glow, faint orange against the horizon. A campfire. Too large to be an accidental flame, too stationary to be from travelers. A Mongol camp. It's far, at least a few hours' walk. But its presence tightens everyone's chest because this means something. They're not chasing anymore. They're established. They've moved from hunter to occupier, which is worse, because now they're building something, digging in, planning ahead. And you? You're still just trying to not be a statistic. The boy looks up at you. Do we go around? You nod. Way around. You veer south toward the low hills. Slower terrain, but more cover. Your legs protest, aching, twitching. But the alternative is seeing that campfire up close. And you have a strict no voluntary burning policy. As you walk, your mind wanders again, because silence invites memory. You remember something from a market in Bukhara, a drunken old herdsman muttering about Mongol ponies, about how they weren't flashy, just sturdy, small, stocky, able to go for days without rest or water. They'd eat bark if they had to, drink sludge, carry their riders across impossible terrain without complaint. And suddenly, it hits you. You've been running, on foot, from warriors riding biological tanks. Historians still marvel at the Mongol horse. Some say the breed was ancient, born from the cold and raised by thunder. Others claim the real genius was in their numbers. Each warrior rode with multiple horses, switching between them mid-campaign to avoid exhaustion. That's why they never seemed tired. They weren't. But you? You're down to your original legs, and they are not amused. You reach a rock outcropping and pause. Everyone takes a breather, quietly, carefully, like even gasping is a risk. You crouch behind a stone and run your fingers over its surface, smooth from centuries of wind. And then you spot something carved into the rock. A symbol, faint, worn, but deliberate. It looks like a twisted loop. Maybe a local clan marking? A warning? You have no idea. The old man sees it and squints. Not good, he whispers. That's a sky rope, a death knot. You blink. That's a thing? Old story, he mutters, about spirits that ride the sky, lassoing souls. Mongols draw them sometimes, for fear. Well, that's comforting. You press on because now this patch of grass feels haunted and invaded. Your group descends into a dry creek bed. The walls are low and crumbly, but it offers some protection. You stick to it, stepping over stones and keeping your head down. Occasionally, you hear things. Movement, distant hooves, a crack like bone in the distance, but nothing close, nothing direct. It's like the Mongols know you're there, but they're not in a hurry, because they don't have to be. They already broke the spine of this land. Now, they're just sweeping up the edges. You make camp a few hours before dawn. Not that it's a real camp, just a patch of tall grass near a bend in the creek, where the cold settles like a jealous ghost. You eat quietly, what little food anyone has. The boy chews a root he found. You chew a piece of dried grain cake that tastes like floor dust and regret. The stars are so bright, it hurts. Thousands of them, unblinking, indifferent. You wonder if they watched this happen before. Villages burned, people scattered, the steppe soaked in history's forgotten names. Probably. The girl with the bow keeps watch first. She doesn't speak much, but her eyes never stop moving. You take the second shift, not because you want it, but because sleep is slippery, and being awake feels slightly less terrifying. You sit with the spear across your knees and listen to the wind. In the distance, you swear you hear hooves again. Not close, but there, always there. Because the Mongols, they don't rest. Not really. And neither do you. Not anymore. Section 8. The wind on the steppe never really stops. It just changes moods. Tonight, it's whispering, slipping through the grass like a gossip, carrying secrets from one horizon to the other. You sit there in the darkness, knees pulled up, the dull spear across your lap, wondering if this breeze has passed through 1,000 battlefields before it reached you. The girl with the bow is asleep now. Her head leans against a pack that once held spices, now filled with despair and dried roots. The boy sleeps with one arm curled around that little pouch like it holds the last piece of home. And then you hear it again. Hoofbeats. Not charging, not panicked, just steady, rhythmic, too steady. You drop flat against the grass, motionless, ears straining. There's no mistaking it. Someone's out there, trotting lazily, like they're patrolling a fence line. But there are no fences out here. Just prey. You raise your head an inch and scan the ridge. There he is, one rider, silhouetted against the paling sky. He's not rushing, not searching, just watching. His horse walks slow and smooth, like it knows the rhythm of silence. You recognize that motion now. It's burned into your memory. It's confidence, because these riders, they don't need numbers to dominate. One is enough. You duck back down. No movement, no breath, just listening. And then, another sound. Click. It's subtle. Just the creak of a saddle, the metallic brush of gear. But it sends electricity through your spine, because it means something else. He's not alone. You whisper the warning, barely audible. The girl wakes instantly. The others stir. You don't shout. No need. Everyone's alert in seconds. You gesture toward the opposite ridge, south, away from the rider. The decision isn't discussed. You just move, crouched, quiet, fast. The limping man bites back a groan as he stumbles, but he keeps going. You grab his arm and help him over a stone. The boy runs low, nimble like a fox. The girl checks her bowstring. She's scared, but steady. You crest the rise and start downhill again, hearts pounding in unison. And then, arrow. You hear it before you see it. A whistle, sharp, shrill, not random, intentional. You dive left. The girl hits the ground beside you. The others scatter into the brush. The arrow lands 2 paces away, burying itself deep into the dirt, with a sound that feels too loud for dawn. You don't look back. You just run. Because this is no longer a passive patrol. You've been spotted, and the Mongols are ready to play. Historians say Mongol archers trained from the age of 5. Children learned to ride before they could walk a straight line. Their bows were compact, Laminated masterpieces, wood, sinew, horn, all bent into a weapon that could snap an elk's spine from 200 meters. They didn't just shoot while riding. They shot while moving sideways, while pivoting, while retreating. And somehow, they hit everything. You sprint across the grass, dodging invisible death. The group is ahead of you now. The girl pulls the boy forward. Rafik, the merchant, waves frantically toward a rocky outcrop. Cover. Real cover. You dive behind the stones just as another arrow skims past your shoulder. It thwacks into a bush with a hiss, like even the plants aren't safe out here. You crouch, gasping, trying to count your lungs. The girl peers around the edge. 2 riders, she whispers. Maybe 3. So this isn't a full assault. Not yet. This is a test. A tease. Maybe a warm-up. The Mongols were known for this. They didn't always charge in and butcher everything. Sometimes they'd observe first, probe, measure their enemy's reaction, see if they'd fight or flee. You're currently in the flail and survive category. The old man, his name is Hamid, you learn later, pulls something from his cloak. A tiny mirror. Not to signal, just to watch. He uses it like a periscope, angling it toward the rise. They've stopped, he says. Watching again. You groan. Why do they do that? He looks at you. To remind you. Of what? That you're never out of reach. Charming. You peek around the rock. One rider sits atop a bay horse, relaxed, bow resting casually across his lap. He sees you and smiles, then nudges his horse forward and rides away. Just like that. Gone. You're left blinking at the empty horizon. They could have killed us, the girl mutters. They didn't want to, Hamid says. Not yet. It clicks again, that cold realization. This is psychological warfare. They're not just wearing you down physically. They're erasing your sense of safety, bit by bit, one arrow at a time. You sit back against the stone, drained. The adrenaline hangover kicks in. Your hands shake. Your jaw clenches. The boy looks at you, then silently places a hand on your arm. No words, just contact. You don't shake it off, because maybe, just maybe, you're holding each other together. You rest there until the sun peeks over the hills. Morning light spills across the grasslands like spilled paint, gold and red, and too bright for this moment. You should move, but for now, you sit, breathing, thinking. You wonder how the Mongols trained their horses to move so smoothly. Their mounts eat almost anything, right? Dry grass, bark, snow, if needed. You remember hearing once, might have been in a market, that they drank mare's milk straight from the source while riding. Could be a myth, but at this point, you'd believe it. Because those horses, they're not animals. They're extensions, living weapons. And if the rider doesn't miss, neither does the horse. You sip from the water gourd, warm now, tastes like survival. You don't speak, but you can feel the thought hanging in the air between all of you. They know you're here. They're not rushing, because eventually you'll make a mistake. And when you do, they won't miss next time. Section 9. The warmth of the sun isn't comforting. It's accusatory, like a spotlight trained on your ragged group of almost victims, peeling back the illusion of invisibility. Every minute that passes with daylight feels like another coin dropped into the Mongols' time to finish the job jar. You push yourself up from the rocks, joints creaking, muscles stiff. You slept maybe 20 minutes total last night, and even that was laced with nightmares featuring arrows and hoofbeats, and the unblinking stare of a rider who definitely smiled too much. The others rouse in silence. You've all learned that quiet isn't just a courtesy now. It's a tactic. Even the boy doesn't complain. He stretches with a grimace and starts packing up the scraps of last night's rest, like a soldier used to breaking camp. You set your heading southwest, not because you have a plan, but because the sun's there, and the Mongol campfire from last night isn't. That's good enough. The terrain starts to change. The wide open grass begins to give way to a more broken landscape. Low, rocky ridges, dips in the land, shallow stream beds, still mostly exposed, but at least it offers texture, something to duck behind, something to hope for. As you trudge forward, someone finally speaks. They say the Mongols don't just take land, Rafik mutters behind you. They take everything, names, roads, even memories. You look back. He's not being dramatic, just tired, just factual. You've heard those stories too, of entire cities erased so cleanly that even their ruins were reused. Nothing left but smoothed earth and silence. The kind of silence that makes archaeologists weep centuries later. You crest another small ridge and pause. A ruined settlement, or rather, the absence of one. Charred earth, a few burned-out posts, some stone foundations melted into black lumps. Not even bones, just echoes. The boy walks through it without blinking, picks up a scorched spoon, pockets it. You realize this place isn't on any map. Because why would it be? It no longer exists. Historians still argue whether this was a scorched earth tactic or just routine thoroughness. The Mongols didn't always destroy, they absorbed. But if a place resisted, gone. Sometimes they'd leave one survivor, just one, to spread the legend. You look around, not even that here. And suddenly, it's personal. You feel this weird, fierce anger building in your chest. Not hot, cold, like ice pressed against your ribs. Because it's one thing to flee death. It's another to watch it erase the world. The girl with the bow finds something. A coin. Old. Maybe bronze. She turns it over in her hand, then tucks it into her boot. A souvenir. A marker. We should keep moving, Hamid says, his voice hoarse. You all nod. No one wants to stay here long. As you move out, the land gets drier. The wind picks up dust now, little whirlwinds that dance across the empty steppe like they're mocking you. You spot animal tracks. Goats, maybe. Or deer. You wonder if the Mongols hunt here often, or if they've already cleared the wildlife too. Then, a shout. Short. Sharp. From behind. You all drop instantly, Instinct now. You crawl to the top of a nearby mound and peek over. 3 riders, different from before. Not scouts. Hunters. They wear layered armor now. Lamellar, it looks like. Plates of metal or hardened leather tied together with cords. Their helmets gleam slightly in the sun. Their bows are unstrung, but their hands rest on the hilts of curved sabers. And behind them, tethered to their mounts, a line of captives. You count 6. People, tied together, walking barefoot, blank expressions, dust covered. One woman stumbles. A rider yanks her upright by the rope, doesn't even look down. You press lower into the grass, your heart a cannonball. Because now you know something new. They're not just hunting for fun anymore. They're collecting. The group crawls back from the ridge, careful not to rustle a single leaf. You don't speak until you're 2 ridges away and downwind. Rafik wipes sweat from his face. That could be us. You don't correct him. You're thinking the same thing. Hamid leans against a rock, breathing hard. We need to go faster, he says, before they start sweeping. What do you mean? The girl asks. Scouts first. Then raiders. Then they comb the land, grid by grid, like farmers plowing rows. You've heard that too. Once a Mongol force settles, they don't leave survivors wandering. Not if they can help it. Loose ends mean rumors, and rumors mean resistance. But also, fear. Fear was part of their strategy. Let someone barely escape. Let them spread the story. It wasn't just about winning battles. It was about winning reputations. One quirky story comes to mind, something a spice dealer told you years ago. He claimed that Genghis Khan once allowed a prisoner to flee on purpose, just so the man could describe the horrors of his destroyed city to the next one on the list. A one-man news service of doom. Might have been a tall tale. Might not. Either way, you don't want to be that man. You pick up the pace. Every muscle screams in protest. You haven't had real food in days. Water is dwindling, but adrenaline makes a terrible snack, and you're full of it. The sun climbs higher, burning away any hope of cloud cover. And still, you move, because you have to. The terrain opens up again, flatter now, windier. You press on, heads low, trying not to think about what happens if your legs give out. You crest one more rise, and then you see it. A tree, a single tree, half dead, crooked, gnarled. But its shade, it might as well be a palace. You stagger toward it like pilgrims, collapse beneath its crooked branches. The ground is dry, cracked, but cool, and for a moment, a single moment, you rest. You don't know what's next, but you know the chase isn't over, and you're no longer just running from Mongol horse archers. You're running from disappearance, from becoming one more silent ruin with no name. Section 10. The tree doesn't feel real at first. It's too perfect, too isolated, like something inserted by mistake into the monotony of the steppe. Crooked, half dead, with one thick branch stretching sideways, as if it's pointing toward some secret path. It stands alone at the crest of a shallow rise. You and the others stumble toward it like sleepwalkers. There's no discussion, just movement. The boy reaches it first and drops to the ground with a thud that kicks up a puff of dry soil. You follow close behind, sinking down onto the cool shade with a groan that comes from somewhere near your soul. The tree's shade isn't much, but it's enough. After days of sun beating down like a punishment, this sliver of reprieve feels sacred. Everyone's quiet again. Quiet, like people who've forgotten what it feels like to speak without a reason. You lean back against the cracked bark, close your eyes, and for just a moment, you let your mind go blank. Then the smoke hits you. It's faint at first, barely noticeable under the tree's dry scent. But it's there. Not fresh wood smoke. Something darker, more bitter. You open your eyes. The others smell it too. You all rise slowly, like the tree itself just whispered a warning. Rafik climbs the rise, shielding his eyes. A moment later, he crouches again, waving you forward. You crawl to join him, the grass crunching softly under your palms. When you reach the top, you see it. Far to the northwest, just past the next ridge, a plume of smoke rising into the pale blue sky. Not a campfire, not a cooking fire. This is darker, thicker. The kind of smoke that comes from homes burning. Another village, most likely. You don't even know its name. Probably no one will soon. For a long moment, you all just watch. No one says anything. There's no point. You're too far to help, too close to relax. It's another warning from the riders, another signature at the bottom of a message they've been sending across the land. We were here. We are always here. You slide back down the hill, heart tight in your chest. The Mongols move fast. You already knew that. But seeing this, it brings it home in a new way. They weren't supposed to be this deep yet. The map in your head, the one that's increasingly fictional, said they were still weeks away from these routes. But maps don't outrun horses. And the Mongol ponies? They eat maps for breakfast. One of the few things you actually remember from a caravan lecture, besides how not to pack your dried fish near your scented oils, is that Mongol horses were like living machines. Small, stocky, but freakishly durable. They could graze on anything, sleep standing up. And they weren't just one per rider. Each warrior often traveled with 3 or 4, swapping between them to keep them fresh. It's how they moved so far, so fast, without burning out. You sip from your water gourd, barely a swallow left. The sun is rising higher now, and the shade under the tree is shrinking. You need to move, but your legs feel like they're made of iron and dust. The boy looks up at you with that same tired expression he's had since the chase began. Not panic, not fear, just resignation. Like he's already calculated the odds and knows they're not in your favor. The group decides, without really speaking, to skirt the smoke plume by several miles. It adds time and risk, but none of you can stomach walking straight toward another fresh ruin. You head southeast toward what looks like a dried riverbed in the distance. The cracked earth there might provide better footing, or at least a path that's harder to track. As you walk, your mind drifts again, piecing together every whisper you've heard about the Mongols. Not just the horror stories. Those are easy. Everyone hears about the cities reduced to cinders, the towers built from skulls. But there are stranger tales, too. One merchant swore they saw a Mongol officer map an entire city in charcoal before a siege, right down to the market stalls. Another claimed the riders carried silk cords in their saddlebags to strangle nobles silently, quieter than a blade, cleaner than blood. You hope that one was made up. Historians still debate just how centralized all this brutality was. Some argue it came from the top, carefully crafted strategy under Genghis Khan's iron hand. Others believe the devastation was more localized, a result of unleashed ambition among field generals and the culture of ruthless efficiency. Either way, the fire's real. The ashes don't care who gave the order. By midday, the heat returns in full. Your clothes cling to you like wet rags. You pass the charred bones of an old cart, half buried in the dust. Beside it lies a single boot, child-sized, empty. You don't point it out. You just walk faster. The dried riverbed finally comes into reach. You slide down into it carefully, the cracked mud breaking under your steps like eggshell. It's deeper than it looked. The high banks on either side give you some cover from view, though they'd also trap you if the riders came from above. But at this point, you're playing the odds, and your feet are grateful for the easier ground. As you follow the winding path of the riverbed, you notice signs of previous travelers, a few scattered footprints, a rusted piece of cookware, a broken arrow shaft. You pause, pick it up. The feathers are gray now, but you recognize the make. Mongol. Another callback, another shadow. You toss it aside and keep moving. You round a bend in the dry river and freeze. There, ahead of you, in the narrowest part of the channel, lies the charred remains of a wagon. It's been there a while, mostly ash and wheels now. But beside it, miraculously upright, stands a small wooden chest, the kind traders use to carry coins, dies, or letters. You approach cautiously. Everyone watches as you kneel and lift the lid. Empty. But inside, carved into the underside of the lid, are 3 words, scratched hastily in ink that's almost faded to nothing. They ride forever. Your breath catches. No name, no signature. Just a final thought from someone who clearly understood the rhythm of hoofbeats far too well. Section 11. The words haunt you long after you close the chest. They ride forever. It echoes like a curse or a prophecy carved into the land itself. You don't say it out loud. You don't have to. Everyone read it. Everyone felt it, and somehow you all understood what it meant. Not just the physical endurance of Mongol riders, but the terrifying certainty of their movement. Like they weren't just part of an army, but part of some inevitable tide. You push the chest aside and step around the wreckage. The others follow in silence, walking as if the ground itself might give way. For the next hour, no one speaks. It's not a decision. It's just the mood. When people pass by the remains of a fire that likely consumed both wagons and the lives that traveled in them, chatter doesn't come easy. Eventually, the riverbed widens, and the banks drop low enough that you can climb out. You do, slowly, brushing the dust from your legs. The sun is higher now, blazing above you like an overseer. You wrap a strip of cloth around your head for shade. The others do the same. The boy has no head covering, so you tear a piece from the hem of your tunic and tie it around his forehead like a makeshift turban. He doesn't smile, but he doesn't protest either. Not long after, you spot them again. Horses. far off, barely more than specks on the horizon. But you know the shape now. You'd know it even in your sleep, if sleep were still a thing that visited you. 4 riders, maybe 5, cresting a distant hill and pausing, watching, not moving in your direction. Not yet. But they're there, like punctuation marks in a sentence you haven't finished reading. You signal to the group, low to the ground, off the ridge. Stay low. They follow, without question. There's no room for democracy when the alternative is death by galloping. You duck into a shallow depression, lined with tall grass. It scratches at your arms and legs, but you lie flat anyway. The others huddle nearby, pressed tight together, like animals before a storm. You peek through the blades and watch the riders. They haven't moved. They just wait. It's the waiting that gets you. The discipline. These aren't bandits. Bandits chase. They get impatient. They make noise. Mongol riders? They wait like hunters, trained by ghosts. They know exactly how long it takes for prey to break. And you're starting to. Historians still argue about how Mongols maintained control over such massive distances. Some say it was discipline, harsh, unforgiving, instilled from childhood. Others credit their relay system, the yam, which stretched across the empire like veins. With mounted messengers and way stations every 25 miles, they could deliver orders, threats, and bad news faster than anyone in the known world. You, meanwhile, can barely deliver your own foot to the next step. When the riders finally move again, turning east, vanishing behind a dune, it's worse than if they'd come for you. Because now you know they're just adjusting, shifting the net, letting you walk farther before pulling the string. You climb out of the grass and continue. South now. Always south. The hills are rougher here, more rocks, more dips and rises. You start to lose sense of direction. You begin to wonder if you've walked in a giant circle. Then, as the sun begins to slide westward, you see something strange. A saddle, just lying there, in the middle of a shallow gulch. No horse, no rider, just the gear, resting like someone stepped away mid-ride and forgot to come back. You approach cautiously. It's well made, leather worn smooth from long use. The stirrups are still attached. There's even a water skin strapped to the side. And something else. A pouch. You open it. Inside, dried meat, a flint stone, and a bundle of Mongol coins. Flat, circular, stamped with foreign characters, and a hole in the center for stringing. Currency from the empire itself. But there's no sign of the owner. The grass around it isn't trampled. No blood, no drag marks. It's like the rider just vanished. Hamid squints at the coins. "That's not scout gear," he mutters. "That's an officer's saddle." "Why would he leave it?" the girl asks. Rafik shivers. Maybe he didn't. It's unsettling, to say the least. Mongols don't lose things, especially not officers. Theories bounce around your brain. Ambush? Mutiny? Something worse? You don't stick around to solve the mystery. You pocket the flint and leave the rest. The coins are tempting, but too heavy, and somehow cursed feeling, like they'd mark you. The next few hours blur into a dull, aching grind. The steppe stretches on, dry and featureless. Occasionally, you see the bones of an animal picked clean. Once, a bleached human skull resting in a bush like it's watching the road. The boy finds a stream just before dusk. Barely a trickle, but cold and clean. You all drink in silence. You wash the dust from your face. The girl refills her skin and refits the string on her bow. The sun dips lower. You gather under a rocky overhang for the night. That's when Hamid speaks again. "I saw them once before," he says. "Years ago, in the east, near the Oxus. They rode in lines, perfect lines, not like men, like ghosts sewn into the earth." You listen. He continues. "They say some of them sleep on horseback. Not a myth. They rest while riding. Even the horses sleep while walking." You blink. "That's not possible." "It is," he says. "When you're born in the saddle becomes home." You remember hearing that too. A Mongol warrior could ride for a week without dismounting, eating in the saddle, drinking fermented mare's milk, even relieving himself without stopping. His horse was his fortress, his arrow, his language. You lie back against the cold rock and look up at the stars. They're out again, cold and clear, like holes poked in the sky by some ancient archer. And somewhere, out on this vast emptiness, a rider sleeps in his saddle, bow ready, waiting for you to make one wrong step. They ride forever. You try not to dream about it. Section 12. The morning greets you with a slap instead of a kiss. Your body aches in new places, as if sleep gave your muscles time to file complaints. The overhang that sheltered you from last night's wind now echoes with the stiff groans of your group, waking up one by one. The girl with the bow winces as she stretches. Rafik clutches his lower back like he's 90. Even the boy, normally quiet and fluid, moves with a tired stiffness that speaks louder than words. You rise slowly and scan the horizon. For once, no silhouettes, no flags, no flickering movement suggesting hooves on the rise. But you've been fooled before. You know by now that Mongol horse archers don't announce themselves. They're not theatrical. They're efficient. If you're seeing them clearly, it's probably because they already want you to. As you help Hamid to his feet, you spot a hill a few miles off, low, broad-shouldered, with one side sloping into a wide basin. It's not much, but it's higher ground. Maybe it'll offer some kind of view, or maybe just a better place to die with warning. The group agrees to head that way. The pace is slow, dragging. Everyone's running on whatever's beneath, empty. You haven't eaten anything with real substance in a day and a half. The boy gnaws on a piece of leather, just for something to chew. You almost envy him. The terrain is dry, the grass brittle and thinning, giving way to patches of cracked earth. In the distance, you see a few deer, skinny things, ribs showing, more shadow than flesh. One of them limps, and for a fleeting second, you feel a strange kinship. Halfway to the hill, something new cuts across your path. Tracks. Fresh ones, but not horses this time. Oxen. Wide prints, uneven, accompanied by heavy ruts in the dirt. Cart tracks, and a lot of them. You kneel, tracing the marks with your fingers. The earth here still holds shape well. These passed no more than a few hours ago. Judging by the number, it wasn't just one cart. It was a caravan, large, moving north. Everyone gathers around, examining the signs like detectives piecing together a ghost. Survivors? The girl asks. Possibly, Rafik says, rubbing his beard. Or a tribute caravan. The words drop like stones. You hadn't even thought of that. Tribute. Historians often point out that the Mongols didn't always destroy. If you submitted, early, without resistance, they sometimes spared you. Of course, spared could mean a lot of things: taxes, hostages, relocation. But it beat the alternative: skull pyramids and burning temples. Some towns sent tribute caravans ahead of the army's arrival. Grain, livestock, slaves, information. It was survival in a different costume. You consider the direction, north, toward where the riders were yesterday, toward the burning village you passed. Should we follow? Hamid asks. You look at the others. It's not an easy decision. If it's a tribute caravan, it might be guarded. It might also be noticed. Caught between them and the Mongols, you'd be trampled or questioned, or worse, assumed to be spies. But if it's survivors, it could be help. Food, maps, direction. You nod once. We follow. The sun rises higher as you trail the tracks. You keep a wide berth from the center path, walking alongside them in the weeds to reduce your own prints. The boy helps scan the distance. He's good at it. Eyes sharp, movements quiet. You wonder what kind of life he had before all this. Whatever it was, it trained him better than you ever were. 2 hours later, you spot it. Wagons, 5 of them, stopped at the base of the hill you'd aimed for earlier. Horses grazing, people moving slowly between carts. No uniforms, no visible weapons. You drop low and signal for the group to stay down. Then, taking a deep breath, you belly crawl closer through the grass. As you near, the picture becomes clearer. Not soldiers, just traders. Tired, ragged traders. You see one man boiling water over a fire pit. A woman is sorting what looks like dried meat. 2 boys are repairing a broken wheel. There's tension in their movements, hurried, but quiet. They're not settled here, just pausing. You approach carefully, hands raised. When they finally see you, the reaction is mixed. One man leaps up, grabbing a tool like a weapon. Another squints, lowering a crossbow slowly. I'm alone, you say. Well, almost. You glance back, where your group is rising from the grass. The older woman steps forward. Her face is sunburnt, eyes bloodshot. You with them? She asks. The riders? You ask. No, we're running from them. She relaxes a little. Not entirely. They let you into the circle cautiously. You explain enough to win trust, skipping the full story. Everyone's done with stories. They offer food. You want to cry. Salted fish, hard cheese, dry flatbread. It's all bland and tough, but it's a feast. The boy eats until his hands tremble. The girl takes small bites, scanning the area between each one like she expects the food to disappear. As you eat, the traders explain. They're from the south, paid tribute early, gave up 1/3 of their livestock and most of their grain. In return, the Mongols spared their village and gave them a mark. A scrap of dyed cloth, red with a black symbol, tied to their lead ox's harness. Anyone bearing it, they say, is registered, protected. Protected, of course, is a loose term. The cloth is no guarantee, more like a please don't note in a world full of we absolutely will. Still, it's more than you have. You ask where they're headed. The woman shrugs. West. Always west. You sit back, full for the first time in days, and try to imagine what west even looks like anymore. Safety? Civilization? Another army? Nobody knows. But the traders are moving again soon. They won't stay overnight. And they offer to let you come, if you can keep up. You agree, because now you're no longer a ragged band of ghosts crawling across the steppe. You're part of something again. And maybe, just maybe, the mark on that ox's harness might buy you one more day. Section 13. The caravan moves like a slow exhale. The wagons creak and wobble as they lurch across the uneven terrain, oxen plodding ahead with the kind of resigned rhythm only animals bred for burden can maintain. You and the others stay near the rear, walking in that half-conscious shuffle of people who haven't truly rested in far too long. Even the boy has stopped scanning the hills every 2 seconds. He just walks now, silent and automatic, his little pouch still clutched in one hand, like a compass pointing to some invisible home. No one speaks much. There's a rhythm here, unspoken but established. Walk. Listen. Adjust the wheel. Repack the tarp. Glance at the horizon. Keep walking. But you can feel it under the surface. Tension, humming like a bowstring pulled taut. This isn't a safe group. It's just a temporary arrangement of people not dead yet. An hour in, the girl with the bow sidles up to the ox pulling the lead wagon and gestures toward the cloth tied around its yoke. "Does it really work?" she asks the driver, a squat man with sun-leathered skin and a face like a tired beet. He shrugs without looking at her. "Worked last time. Next time? Who knows?" The cloth is unimpressive. Just a red scrap, fraying at the corners, stamped with a black symbol that looks like a stylized falcon in flight. You've heard of these before. Paisa, they're called. Tokens of safe passage, normally issued to officials, merchants, or messengers traveling under Mongol protection. This is a knockoff. A poor man's paisa, probably granted by a local commander who liked the village's tribute, maybe even demanded a few dancers in exchange. Historians still argue whether the use of paisa marks extended to informal trade caravans like this one, or if this practice was more improvisational. Commander by commander, favor by favor. But out here, improvisation is survival. Everyone's just trying to guess the right answer on a test with no instructions. A little after midday, the caravan halts. A wheel is acting up, splitting at the rim, threatening to collapse entirely. The men unload the wagon, laying sacks of barley and wool into the grass, while one of them crouches to hammer in a replacement spoke. You take the opportunity to scout ahead. Not far. Just a ridge a few dozen paces west. From the top, you'll get a better view of what lies ahead. The boy follows, without asking. You glance at him, eyebrows raised, but he just shrugs and keeps climbing. You crest the ridge together and drop flat. Below lies a shallow basin, dry and flat as a baker's board. No villages, no riders. But something is there, a gully, maybe 5 feet deep, winding like a scar across the plain. It's narrow, with steep sides, and signs of old water lines, but it's bone dry now. At first, it looks like just another feature in the land. But then you notice the dark stains in the dust near one end, and scattered bones. Rib bones, mostly. Some long, some small. You exchange a glance with the boy. Neither of you speaks. This was a hiding place, a last stand. You crawl down into the gully, cautious. It's cooler down here, the walls shading you from the sun. You see more bones. A scrap of cloth caught on a thorny bush, something that might have once been a shoe. And then you see the arrow, buried in the side wall, near eye level, still half intact, feathered, barbed, Mongol style. You pull it loose gently and turn it in your hand. This wasn't a random death. This was a cleanup. Someone fled. Someone hid. The riders found them anyway, took what they wanted, left the rest. You climb out again, heart heavier than before. The boy is squatting near the ridge now, drawing something in the dust with a stick. It takes you a second to realize it's a map, or something like one. A rough layout of hills, ridges, and paths you've passed. He points to the gully, then traces a wide curve around it. "You think we'll be next?" he asks. You don't answer right away. You just watch as the dust blows softly across the drawing and begins to erase it, one line at a time. Back at the caravan, the wheel is fixed. The wagons move on. You and the boy rejoin the group without explanation. But the image stays with you. The bones, the arrow, the way the wind seemed to help with the forgetting. By evening, you see smoke again. But this time, it's controlled. A cook fire. The traders set up camp near a crooked tree, the first real shelter in miles. The oxen are unhitched, water skins passed around. You're given a strip of dried meat and a chunk of something vaguely bread-like. You chew it in silence, grateful, but still watching the dark. The girl offers to take first watch. You nod and crawl into the grass near the wagon. Your body curls naturally now, like it knows the shape of exhaustion by heart. You lie back and close your eyes, but you don't sleep. Because behind your eyelids, you still see the gully, and the bones, and the arrow that didn't miss. Later that night, you wake suddenly. The stars above are sharp and bright, and beside the fire, a shadow moves. You tense, then exhale. It's the driver from the lead wagon, muttering softly to himself as he checks the oxen. He glances at the cloth tied to the yoke and presses a hand to it gently, almost like a prayer. You lie back again, unsure if that mark will save you, but knowing, deep down, that it probably won't. Because when the riders come, they don't read signs. They read fear. Section 14. Dawn cracks open the sky with streaks of pale gold and stubborn gray, but you're already awake. You were never really asleep, just drifting somewhere between dreams and dread. You rise slowly, joints stiff, and stretch under the cold weight of morning air. The fire has burned down to glowing coals. The others stir around you, quiet, efficient, no wasted movement. It's a morning rhythm shared by people who know that time isn't a gift. It's something borrowed, and interest is coming due. You walk a short distance from the wagons to relieve yourself behind a low ridge. The grass crunches under your feet, brittle from overnight frost. As you button your coat, you freeze, not from the cold of your, but from a sound. Hooves, one set, light, approaching from the east. You drop into a crouch and inch your way up the ridge, stomach suddenly a stone. There he is, just one rider, sitting astride a pale dun horse near the top of a far-off rise. Perfectly still. No bow drawn, no sword visible. Just watching. His silhouette cuts clean against the soft dawn sky, like it was carved there. You duck back down and return to the camp in a low sprint. "They're here," you whisper to the girl, who's already half-packed. She glances past you toward the direction of the rise and nods. No questions, just motion. You gather the others. No panic, just urgency. The caravan driver curses softly, then clicks his tongue at the oxen, coaxing them into movement. The wagons creak and groan like reluctant children being dragged from bed. You move faster now, the rhythm more nervous. The group doesn't scatter. The wagons are your only hope, but the weight of those eyes from the ridge has infected everyone. Every glance over the shoulder, every whisper of grass. It's like the whole world is now an accomplice to your fear. The hill you saw yesterday is closer now, and you steer the caravan toward its rocky base. As you approach, something catches your eye, a narrow cut in the hill's side. A gully, half hidden by dry reeds. Steep, but passable. A chance. "Off the road," you say, waving the lead driver toward it. He hesitates. "It'll slow us. It might save us." He curses again, but nods, pulling the oxen toward the depression. The wagons groan in protest as the wheels hit uneven earth, but they follow. The gully provides cover from view, at least temporarily. It winds gently around the hill's edge, sheltered on both sides by crumbling stone. You fan out slightly to check ahead, then freeze. A figure stands at the gully's end, on foot, not armed, not armored. A Mongol, yes, but not a warrior. He's older, maybe 50, with a narrow face and a thin, salt and pepper braid hanging down his back. He wears simple robes, the kind worn by traders or messengers, and his hands are empty. He raises one of them slowly in greeting. You don't respond. Not yet. He steps forward a little, slowly, like approaching a skittish animal. Then, in Turkic, he speaks. "Peace. I'm not here to harm you." That's surprising, but not reassuring. He stops a few paces away. "You are following a path that belongs to someone else," he says calmly. "My commander wants you to know that this road is under our observation. You are not in danger, but you are being watched." You glance at the others. The girl already has an arrow nocked. Rafik grips a rock like he's about to duel a bear. "What do you want?" you ask. The man shrugs. "Nothing? You've paid your tribute already." He nods at the cloth on the lead ox's yoke. "That is why you are still walking." "Then why send you?" "To remind you." His smile is small, but not unkind. The road is not yours, and neither is the land. You want to ask more. You want to scream, maybe. Demand to know what kind of empire sends polite death threats, and then lets you pass just to flex control. But the words die in your throat. Because what's the point? You nod. We'll move along. He bows slightly. That's wise. Then he turns and walks away. No horse, no escort. Just a man with quiet authority and the certainty that no one would dare touch him. And he's right. You watch until he disappears around the bend. The caravan moves again. No one says a word for a long while. Finally, the girl speaks. What was that? Rafik answers. That was power. You keep walking, the gully finally opening back to flatland. The wagons groan with each bump, the oxen breathing in heavy grunts. You think about the man's words. You are not in danger, but you are being watched. It wasn't a threat. It was a status update. A gentle tap on the shoulder from an empire that never blinks. Historians note how Mongol control wasn't always maintained by violence. Once they conquered, they ruled with a strange, efficient calm. Roads were kept safe for those who followed the rules. Trade flourished, if you paid your dues. Entire networks of surveillance evolved across the empire. Tamga marks, paisas, scouts, informants. You could walk freely if you were tagged and useful. You wonder now if that's what you've become. Not survivors, not refugees, just monitored variables. You pass the ridge and move on. The road ahead, flat and quiet. For now. But behind every hill, you feel them. Not just the riders, but the eyes. They're not chasing anymore, because they don't need to. You're already inside the net. Section 15. By afternoon, the sky burns a little brighter than you want it to. The kind of light that makes every flaw in the earth shimmer. Every crack in the dirt, every brittle weed, every dry bone half buried, like the land is trying to forget something and failing. The caravan is moving slower now. The oxen plod forward, like they're pulling the weight of history itself. Rafik's limp has returned, more pronounced than before. Hamid's wheeze sounds wetter. The girl with the bow walks farther from the wagons today, her eyes always scanning the horizon. The boy sticks close to you, the way a shadow does near dusk. Quiet, thin, unavoidable. You crest a small rise and pause. Then you smell it. Not smoke, not dust. Something else. Musky. Animal. Pungent in a way that doesn't match the terrain. You crouch, wave the others down. The girl joins you, sniffing. Her nose wrinkles. It smells like sweat and milk. You nod. You know that smell. Horse sweat, saddle grease, fermented mare's milk. You drop flat, crawl forward a few more paces. That's when you see the rider. Just one. Again. He's closer than you expect, only a few hundred yards away, half obscured by a cluster of rocks. He's standing beside his horse, inspecting something on the saddle. Adjusting the stirrups, maybe, or checking the girth strap. Completely relaxed. Too relaxed. Because he knows you're watching. He's letting you. And that smell? That awful, sour, sweet stench hanging in the air? That's his horse. It's been here a while. The others catch up to you, one by one. You gesture toward the rocks, careful, slow. They peer over the ridge, and every expression tightens. Not because of the man himself, but because of what's around him. Marks, carvings, circles drawn into the dirt. Runes? Symbols? Impossible to say from here, but they look deliberate, arranged in a spiral. Bones placed at intervals. Goat, probably. Maybe sheep. Maybe not. Ritual, Hamid whispers. You shrug. Historians still debate whether the Mongols practiced active shamanism in their later campaigns, or if they adapted more symbolic gestures over time. Some say they prayed before battles, seeking protection from sky spirits. Others claim it was psychological theater, rituals staged inside of the enemy to unsettle them. Whatever this is, it's working. The boy tugs your sleeve, points. There's another horse behind the rocks, not saddled, just standing. A spare? No. You squint harder. No saddle, but its mane is braided. That's when the hairs on your neck lift, because that's not a wild horse. That's a decoy. You whisper to the girl. Back, slowly. You all begin crawling backward, inch by inch, across the ridge. No sudden movements, no sounds. And as you go, you realize something chilling. The rider never looked up, not once. Never made eye contact. But you know he saw you. You know he's letting you leave. Because again, it's not about the kill. It's about the message. That smell? It's a calling card. A reminder that even the earth stinks of Mongol sweat now. That there's no patch of land they haven't touched. Even the air serves them. You regroup behind the rise. No one speaks. The girl is visibly shaken. Hamid mutters something under his breath. Probably a prayer, or maybe just a curse too old to matter. You decide to veer west. Hard west. Away from the carved ground. Away from the watcher. The land opens up again. More dry flats, sparse weeds. The wagons groan with every shift in direction, but they follow. The paisa cloth still flutters on the ox's yoke, dirty and faded, like a white flag that forgot what surrender actually looks like. The boy asks a question, softly. Do you think they can smell fear? You stop. Look at him, then at the girl, who half nods, half shrugs. They don't need to, you say. They can see it. He doesn't ask more, but your mind spins. Because maybe it's not just a metaphor. There's a theory, fringe, yes, but one you heard in a crowded tavern once from a scholar who drank his dinner. He said that Mongol horses were so closely trained with their riders that they could sense emotional cues. That fear altered breathing, sweat, posture. The horses knew. The riders just followed. Was it true? Who knows? Historians dismiss it. Mostly, but not all. And out here, with every hoofprint in the dust screaming louder than words, you start to wonder if maybe that line between fact and fear is thinner than we think. Night falls again before you find shelter. This time, it's an old animal pen. Stone walls, half collapsed, likely abandoned for years. You huddle inside, wagons parked close, oxen moaning softly under the cold wind. The fire is small, barely enough to warm your hands, but it feels like a fortress. The girl keeps watch again. You offer to join, but she shakes her head. "Sleep," she says. "I'll wake you if it matters." You lie down beside the boy, who's already curled up under his coat. The stars are brutal tonight, clear and sharp, like blades stabbing the dark. You close your eyes, but your nose won't let you rest. The smell's still there, not strong, but faint, clinging. Sweat, saddle, milk. You're miles away from that rider now, but his scent followed you, because when a Mongol horse archer wants you to remember, he doesn't need to speak. He just needs you to breathe. Section 16. You wake to the soft murmur of fire and the hiss of something cooking, a rare luxury. It takes you a full minute to realize what it is. Someone's managed to boil grain into a kind of mush. The smell is faint but warm, and your stomach growls on cue. You sit up slowly, every joint stiff, spine aching from sleeping on uneven stones. The boy is already awake, chewing something thoughtfully, as if he's not entirely convinced it's edible. The caravan is quiet this morning, more so than usual. There's a tightness in everyone's faces, even in their silence. You know the reason. It's not the cold. It's not the hunger. It's what's behind you. Or rather, not behind you. That rider yesterday, he never followed, never sent a message, never reappeared. And that's the problem. Because silence from a Mongol isn't relief. It's strategy. You eat what little is offered. A spoonful of porridge that tastes like boiled gravel, but settles into your gut like a peace treaty. Then you pack quickly. Everyone does. The fire is doused with handfuls of dirt. No one lingers. You move on. For a while, there's only walking. The oxen groan, the wagons creak, and the wind plays its usual tricks, whispering through the grass like it knows something you don't. You keep to lower ground, skirting ridgelines, avoiding open spaces where watchers might linger. And then, sometime around midday, it happens. The quiet is broken by a sound, sharp, fast, and terrifyingly familiar. An arrow. It hits the dirt just feet in front of the lead wagon, kicking up a spray of dust. The oxen jerk in their yokes. The driver shouts, scrambling to keep control. You all drop instantly. No hesitation. Muscle memory now. Another arrow follows. This one lands farther off, deliberately wide. You don't even look to see who fired it. You already know. They're back. You scramble to the edge of the wagon and glance over. 2 riders this time, mid-distance, not galloping, just walking their horses forward slowly, bows held low, watching. The girl raises her own bow, but doesn't fire. She knows better. You all do. This isn't an ambush. This is theater. They're showing you that they could hit. They're choosing not to. For now. You rise slightly, hands up, trying to appear non-threatening. You hear Rafik mutter behind you, "We should run." But where? And from what? They're not charging, not approaching with the thunder of a raid. They're just pressing, squeezing the air tighter. Then, one of them rides forward, just a little. He pulls something from a pouch, a rolled cloth, and unfurls it as he lifts it high. A flag. Simple. White. With a black mark. You squint. It's a symbol. A kind of curved shape. Like a wing. Or horn. What does it mean? The girl whispers. You think for a moment. You've seen it before, on banners outside a fortress long ago. It's not a clan symbol. It's a message. You are marked. You are being observed. Historians still argue about how Mongol communication systems worked across open battlefields. Some say they used flags. Others claim colored smoke, or even drums made from hollowed shields. But one thing everyone agrees on: they were never disorganized. Even when it looked like chaos, it was choreographed. And this is a cue. You nod slowly, and without thinking, walk forward, just a few steps, then drop to one knee. A gesture of compliance. The rider lowers the flag. His companion knocks an arrow, but only holds it, doesn't pull back. Then, just as silently as they appeared, they ride away. Not fast, just gone, like ghosts with hoofbeats. You exhale for what feels like the first time in minutes. The caravan regathers, but now the mood has changed. You haven't been spared. You've been tagged. The girl looks at you. That was, what? A warning? No, you say. That was a reminder. A few hours later, the terrain changes again. The dry steppe gives way to soft hills and, miraculously, a stream. Thin, but flowing. You halt the wagons near it. The oxen drink deeply. The others collapse into the grass, exhausted. You wash your face in the cold water. The stream smells clean, untouched. It feels like a kindness you didn't expect. The boy crouches beside you, staring at the ripples. "What do we do now?" he asks. You look around. The land is open. No fire, no smoke. But they're still out there. You know it. You feel it in the way the air hums. "We keep going," you say. He doesn't ask where. You rest only long enough to refill water skins and let the oxen breathe. Then the group sets off again, quieter than ever. As you walk, your mind drifts to an old story, a half memory from your grandfather, about a caravan that fled a Mongol patrol by hiding in a dry riverbed and covering themselves in mud and hides, pretending to be livestock. One man survived. He lived in the woods the rest of his life, afraid of open sky. The boy speaks again, softly. "They don't stop." "No," you say. "They don't." And that's what breaks you a little. Not the speed, not the arrows, but the relentlessness, the absolute absence of pause. Historians sometimes marvel at the Mongol endurance, the fact that warriors could ride for days, eating in the saddle, sleeping while leaning on the neck of a trotting horse, that they trained their horses to obey foot cues alone, freeing their hands for archery, that some units carried blood bags, bladders filled with horse's blood, to sip on long rides when water ran dry. You're not built like that. No one is, except them. By nightfall, you find a patch of low brush. Not much, but enough. The fire is tiny, the conversation even smaller. You lie awake under the stars again, staring at the darkness beyond the firelight. They're not chasing you anymore. They don't have to. You've been running for so long, the chase has become you. And you realize the most terrifying thing of all. You're no longer hoping to escape them. You're just hoping to last longer than the person next to you. Section 17. The next morning comes like a thaw, dull, gray, and heavy with something you can't name. Not quite dread, not quite exhaustion, just a numb sort of clarity. The kind that settles in once panic has wrung you dry. Everyone moves like they're underwater. Quiet, slow, deliberate. The girl with the bow doesn't even stretch before getting up. Hamid doesn't complain about his knee. Rafik ties his sandal with one hand while drinking from a cracked gourd with the other. No one speaks about yesterday, because what's there to say? You were toyed with. And the worst part? They didn't even try very hard. After a dry breakfast, what little's left from the trader's supply, you and the rest begin moving again. The wagons rattle with familiar protest, but there's a shared urgency now. A push from within, not without. You don't see the riders anymore, but you all feel them. That peculiar pressure, like being watched through the grass, like being studied through an arrow slit. Not every kind of warfare leaves wounds. Some just leave cracks. You find yourself thinking of stories again. They bubble up uninvited. There was a city once, Nishapur, maybe, or Merv. You forget which. One of the ancient Silk Road jewels, glittering with libraries and minarets. They resisted the Mongols, held out longer than expected. But when they fell, the story goes, the Mongols killed every living being inside. Tens of thousands. Then piled the skulls outside the gates in pyramids tall enough to cast a morning shadow. But it's what happened after that haunts you now. You heard it years ago, in a candle-lit caravanserai. One survivor had been left alive. Just one. The Mongols had spared him, barely, and sent him limping west, naked and broken, to tell the tale. And now, as your feet crunch through dry grass and your eyes flick from horizon to horizon, you wonder, is that you now? Not a person. A message. They're not chasing you to kill you. They're letting you carry something. A warning. The others are starting to feel it too. You can tell. They've stopped scanning the horizon with hope. Now they scan like gamblers in a crooked game, knowing the dice are loaded, but rolling anyway. Midday, you pass an old shrine. Just a pile of stones, really. A circle of stacked rocks with an animal skull perched on top and a few faded cloths tied to branches. The kind of sacred marker people used to leave for the gods of travel or the spirits of the steppe. You pause, touch the stones. The boy does too. No one says a prayer. Not aloud, but everyone slows. Everyone thinks one, because whatever gods ruled this land before, they've been dethroned, replaced by hooves and fire. You move on. The air gets drier. Your lips crack. The wagons creak louder than usual. One of the oxen stumbles on a rock and bleats in surprise, startling everyone. The girl with the bow nearly draws an arrow by reflex. Later, the boy walks beside you and asks a question. Do you think they'll let us go? If we stop running? You don't answer at first, because that's not really a question, is it? It's an invitation to give up, to wonder what would happen if you just sat down and waited. You want to say something wise, something strong, but what comes out is softer. I think if we stop, they stop too. For a little while. He nods, as if he knew that already. They let us live, he adds. If we're broken. The word lands hard. Broken. It doesn't take an arrow, doesn't take a sword. Just time, just pressure, just fear. You stop by a tree near sundown. Another lone sentinel on the open steppe. It's shaped like a question mark, bent by years of wind. Underneath, you find carvings in the bark. Not words, just scratches, deep and deliberate, like someone was counting days, or kills, or reasons to keep going. The girl touches them gently, then steps back. Rafik says, "It was like this before." You look at him. He gestures at the horizon. "My uncle was in Samarkand when they came. Said people turned on each other before the walls even fell. Friends, family, all fear, all strategy." You nod. You've heard that too. That one of the Mongols' greatest weapons wasn't steel or speed. It was doubt. They'd spread rumors ahead of the army. Whispered through captured merchants, travelers, prisoners. They let go on purpose. The riders are coming. They take no prisoners. They ride at night. They ride through walls. They don't bleed. Half the time, cities surrendered before they saw a single hoof, because the mind is easier to break than stone. And now, walking across this scorched and endless land, you feel it, the warfare's moved inside. They don't have to strike you anymore. They've already planted the seed. You camp under the tree that night. No fire, just dry bread and cold silence. The boy lies with his back to you, but you can tell he's awake. Everyone is. Even the oxen seem to sleep with one eye open. And you? You stare into the dark and realize something you hadn't before. You're not afraid of dying anymore. You're afraid of living long enough to be sent home, to tell the next town exactly what's coming. Section 18. The first thing you remember about this road is how ordinary it looked. Just a dirt path through scrub and dust, curving around low hills, and sometimes disappearing under patches of wild grass. No signs, no stones, nothing to say, "Don't go this way." And back then, what was it, 4 days ago? 5? You thought it made sense. You and your caravan were ahead of schedule. You'd all voted to cut across the plains. A shortcut, a risk, sure, but a calculated one. You remember arguing against it. You remember losing. The memory surfaces now, unbidden, as the wagons roll again across terrain that's starting to feel more familiar than your own thoughts. You glance sideways at the boy. He's holding the reins of the second oxen team, his small hands tight around the rope. A quiet helper, not because anyone asked him to be. He just is. The landscape ahead looks like nothing and everything all at once. You pass the twisted husk of a tree, and a flicker of recognition passes through your chest. You've seen it before. You've been here before. "We're back on the first path," you murmur. Rafik hears you. He squints at the road. "Impossible." "No," you say. "It's the shortcut. The one we argued about." The girl stops. "That can't be right. We've been heading south." "Not far enough," you say. "They've been circling us. Herding." It hits you then. This wasn't wandering. It wasn't bad luck. This was design. They let you move, let you stray, let you feel like you had agency. But just like a hawk guides a rabbit toward a net, they were always nearby, watching, adjusting. You kneel and trace the road with your fingers. The marks are faded, but there, wheel ruts, old and shallow. You spot a broken branch to the east, half buried in dust. You remember it. You stepped on it 5 days ago, muttering about how dry it all felt. The girl sits beside you. You tried to warn them. You nod. Didn't try hard enough. Flashbacks come like thorns, sharp and unavoidable. You were the cautious one. A little too serious, maybe. Not great at winning votes. The others, merchants mostly, loud and optimistic, wanted speed. Wanted to reach the Western markets before the next border tax doubled. Someone said, "The Mongols are still far north." Someone else joked, "And what, they're going to gallop all the way down here overnight?" You remember saying something about rumors, about how fast they were, about scouts disappearing. You remember being laughed at? You remember walking behind the group in silence, staring at the sky, not sure whether to be relieved or insulted that no one listened. You press your palm into the dirt, as if it might apologize. Behind you, the oxen snort. The wagons creak forward. No one talks for a while. Then the girl says, "Do you think any of them made it?" She doesn't clarify who. She doesn't have to. You imagine the other traders, the rest of the caravan, all those bright, hopeful voices, the ones who voted for this road. You think of the broken wagons you passed, the bones, the blood trail you didn't mention. "No," you say. It's not cruel. It's just honest. Historians still wrestle with whether the Mongols pursued survivors or let them run as tools. Some documents suggest they preferred to leave a handful alive, terrified, injured, disoriented, to serve as warnings. Walking tales of what happens when you gamble with the wrong road. And now, standing here, you realize that's you. Not a fighter, not a merchant anymore. You're a living message. The wagons roll past the familiar tree stump, past the half-crushed wheel rim. You remember someone tossing into a ditch. You're retracing steps you never wanted to see again. Then the boy tugs your sleeve. He points ahead. You see it. Another wagon. Abandoned. Off the side of the road. Tipped at an angle. You all approach slowly. No bodies, but signs of panic. The yoke is broken. Ropes shredded. The back panel has been hacked open. Sloppily, not cleanly. Inside, there's a pile of smashed pottery. Bits of dyed fabric. A cracked wooden chest that once held spices. There's no blood, but there is a hat. You recognize it instantly. Round, soft-brimmed, dyed dark red. It belonged to Sheeran, the map keeper. Your friend. Your companion of 2 years. The only one in the caravan who never teased you for overplanning. The one who carried ink and charcoal and always had the best stories when campfires burned low. You kneel beside it. The fabric is torn. You don't cry. Not here. Instead, you pick it up and tuck it into your coat. The boy watches you. He says nothing. Neither does the wind. Eventually, the caravan continues forward, moving like something wounded and slow, dragging itself through a world that no longer pretends to care. You walk at the back now, not to scout, not to guard, just to think, to let the path unspool behind you, like a thread of choices you can't take back. That night, You camp beside a low ridge. No fire. Just a bed of cold dust and a sky smeared with stars. You lie on your side, Shireen's hat in your hands, and feel something that isn't grief exactly. It's guilt for surviving, for remembering, for walking this cursed shortcut when you knew better. And now you're the one who has to live with the shortcut's full price. Section 19. Sleep comes to you like a thief, late, reluctant, and untrustworthy. You wake often through the night, jolted by distant wind or a creak from the wagons. But eventually, your body gives in, and you fall into something closer to a blackout than rest. No dreams, no comfort, just empty, bone-deep stillness. When you wake, the sun is already up, pale and watery, like it's unsure it should be here. The group is stirring slowly. No one says good morning anymore. It feels too optimistic. You rise, shake dust from your coat, and drink what little water is left in your skin. The boy sits nearby, chewing on a dried fig he's made last for 3 days now. He offers you the last bite. You take it without protest. Today feels different. Not in the air, not in the land, in you. You don't feel like prey anymore. You feel like a vessel, something carrying too many memories, too many warnings. You glance back the way you came. That cursed shortcut now swallowed again by the land. Somewhere in it, the ghosts of a caravan trail still echo. Laughter, disbelief, arguments about who makes the best dried dates. Gone. The girl with the bow approaches. "We need to find shelter," she says. You nod. There are clouds now, low, fast-moving. A storm brews somewhere distant. You can smell it in the wind, sharp and metallic. Storms on the steppe are fast and mean. No shelter means no sleep. No sleep means more mistakes. The wagons begin moving, slower today. One of the oxen coughs, a sound you didn't know oxen could make. The boy's worried eyes linger on it. "I think it's sick," he whispers. You glance at the animal. Its eyes look dull. It stumbles slightly. You sigh. Not now. But nature doesn't work on your schedule. You push forward, scouting slightly ahead. The land begins to shift again. Flatter, but broken with more rocks. A pattern emerges. Shattered stones, carved pits. You see what look like deep holes lined with scorched timber. Your stomach knots. Kilns. Not just fires. Industrial ones. For pottery. Or bones. You pause and crouch beside one. The char marks climb up the side. Years old, but still visible. You brush away some soil. Inside, ash. Fine. Pale. Not wood ash. You know too much now to pretend otherwise. They burned something here. Someone. The girl joins you, kneels, and stares. She doesn't speak. Doesn't need to. Everyone catches up and goes quiet. Rafik says it, finally. Mass cremation. Hamid mutters a prayer. Historians write that the Mongols rarely buried their enemies. It was faster, simpler to burn them. easier to erase an identity with smoke. But some say these burn pits weren't punishment. They were part of a message. If you didn't submit, your memory would not even deserve the dignity of decay. No name, no body, just airborne warning. You look at the others. We don't stay here. No one argues. You push on until midday. Then, mercifully, you find it. A ruined village, abandoned long ago, perhaps even before the riders. Mud brick houses with crumbling walls, roofs fallen in. But the bones are still there. Not human bones this time. Structure bones. Places to hide. To rest. You scout ahead. No movement. No tracks. No lingering smell of horse. Clear, you say. The wagons pull into what used to be the central square, overgrown and cracked. You unhook the oxen. The girl stands guard, while the others collapse into what's left of shelter. You find yourself inside a ruined hut. Part of the roof is still intact. There's even a clay oven in the corner. You brush dust from a small ledge and sit. For the first time in a week, you're not under the open sky. It feels unnatural, but safe for a little while. The boy enters, carrying a water pouch. He looks around. This was someone's home, he says. You nod. He walks to the wall and traces his fingers over something. Scratched symbols, faint but deliberate. You squint. Old Turkic. Maybe prayers, maybe names. You remember a story about a village like this. It resisted, briefly. Not with weapons, but with a gift. They offered their strongest horses, their gold, their children as hostages. They begged, and the Mongols accepted. For a while, until a patrol accused them of hiding weapons. After that, the village disappeared from maps, not burned, just unmarked, as if it had never existed. You look around now and think, this might be that village. The boy traces one last symbol on the wall, then turns. I don't want to forget them. You nod. Then remember. Outside, the others are lighting a small fire. Against better judgment, but they need warmth. The wind has picked up. The storm is coming. You can feel it like a drumbeat in your ribs. Night falls faster than expected. The clouds cover the moon. The girl sits near the entrance, bow across her lap. She hasn't spoken since the kilns. You join her. She glances at you. If they come tonight? You sigh. We'll see them. Maybe. We'll have the walls. She nods. Then, almost to herself, she says, I'm tired of being seen. You don't know what to say to that, because you are too. You lie down on the cold floor of the hut. The boy curls up beside a stack of rotting straw, and through the holes in the roof, you watch the wind move the clouds like smoke across the stars. You wonder if this is where you stop running, not because they've caught you, but because the road has finally run out. Section 20. The storm breaks just before midnight. It doesn't roar in with thunder or rip through the ruins with drama. It arrives like a thief, quiet, steady, and uninvited. First comes the wind, a slow, needling moan that slips through the cracks in the mud brick walls and kisses your neck with cold fingers. Then the rain, light at first, like whispers tapping against clay and bone. But soon it thickens, and the village becomes a place of dripping roofs and restless dreams. You lie awake, blanket pulled tight, watching water crawl across the dirt floor in crooked little rivers. The boy mumbles something in his sleep. Maybe someone's name. Maybe just a dream word. You can't tell. You don't want to know. The girl sits at the door again, her silhouette sharp against the dim gray sky. You'd offered to take a shift. She refused. "I don't sleep well anymore," she said. "Might as well use it." You believe her. When dawn finally limps across the horizon, everything's soaked. The wagons glisten with rain. The oxen shiver slightly. But everyone's alive. And for once, that feels like a win. You step outside, mud squelching under your boots, and glance around. No tracks, no riders, just ruin and water. And then, behind the crumbled well, you see something. A mark. Small, almost insignificant, but deliberate. A set of curved lines etched into stone, almost washed away by rain, but still there. The girl sees it, too. She crouches beside it, wipes the stone with her sleeve, and traces the shape with her fingers. "A scout passed here," she says quietly. You nod. "Recently. Too clean to be old." It's a symbol you recognize. You've seen it on rocks, on trees, even once on the tail of a horse that galloped past too quickly to track. It's not a warning. It's a claim. They were here. Maybe days ago. Maybe hours. And they didn't touch this village. Why? You wonder aloud, why leave this place alone? The girl shrugs. Maybe it's bait. That thought curls into your gut like ice. The others gather slowly. The boy offers to help repack the wagons. Rafik adjusts the wheel on one cart, his hands trembling from the cold. Hamid kneels by the fire pit, trying to coax life from the wet ash. "We move?" someone asks. You hesitate. You want to say yes. You want to leave this place behind before the rain lifts the scent of fear into the air like smoke. But you also want to understand, just a little. Why was this village untouched? Historians argue whether Mongol patrols had strict protocols or if their mercy or cruelty was based on whim. Some records suggest villages that surrendered immediately were left intact, even recruited into auxiliary roles. Others say that even compliant towns were sometimes wiped out because a horse got spooked or a scout got bored. Chaos wrapped in method. This place feels intentional, like a pause, like a test. The girl moves through the empty houses, searching. She finds another scratched mark on a doorway, and a third on the well. "Definitely watched," she says. Maybe still is. You pack anyway, because staying still feels worse than moving blind. By midday, you're back on the road. The sun pierces the clouds now and then, warming the back of your neck just long enough to be cruel when it disappears again. The landscape changes slowly. The hills roll smoother. The grass grows taller. You even spot a bird, an actual bird, swooping low to snatch something from the mud. You take it as a sign, not of safety, but of balance. predators eat, prey scatter. Life continues. Then you hear the hooves. Not many. Just one, maybe two. You stop, turn. But there's nothing. Just wind in the grass. And then the girl raises her bow, quick and smooth. You follow her gaze and spot it. A horse, standing alone on the hill. No rider, but it's saddled, tied to a post. You approach carefully. The boy follows, his steps soft in the mud. It's a Mongol horse, compact, muscular. Its reins are fastened to a carved post, more of a staff, really, driven deep into the earth. And at its base, a bundle, wrapped in cloth, heavy-looking. You crouch. The girl watches your back, bow half raised. You unwrap it slowly. Inside, dried meat, a water skin, a single flint stone, and a note, not written in your language. You hold it up. The characters are flowing, sharp, distinct. Mongolian script. You can't read it, but you understand it anyway. It says, "We are not chasing. You are delivering." Your mouth goes dry. The girl sees your face. What is it? You show her. She reads it too. In silence. Then, almost to herself. So they're not hunting us anymore. You look out across the steppe. Endless, open, cold. No, you say. We're the message now. The horse snorts softly, shakes its head. Someone left this here for you. Not out of kindness, not out of pity, out of design. You're not prey. You're a courier. They marked your caravan, guided you through the right lands, spared the ruins, left supplies. Because somewhere up ahead, someone is waiting to see what's left of you. You tie the horse to the back of the wagon. Then you walk. And the weight of every step is no longer just your own. You're carrying fear. You're delivering it. Section 21. The rain finally stops by morning, but the clouds linger like stubborn regrets. The world feels damp and hushed. You move forward along the road that isn't a road anymore, just a series of decisions made under duress, stitched together by hoofprints and haunted memories. The extra horse follows quietly, tethered to the rear wagon. It doesn't resist, doesn't spook. It behaves like it knows its purpose, which only makes you trust it less. You remember reading, long ago, in a sunlit room with a real roof, about how Mongol horses were trained from birth to endure silence and sudden movement, to graze with the herd, but run at a whispered whistle. Some were even taught to lie down at the snap of a finger. You hadn't believed it then. Now? You wouldn't be surprised if this horse knew your name. By midday, the land dips again, revealing a shallow valley. A winding stream cuts through the middle. You spot the remains of a bridge. Just 2 stone pylons now, moss-covered and crumbling. But what catches your eye is the object just beyond it. A wooden stake, driven into the ground. And on it, a skull. Not fresh, weathered, human. The others gather around you slowly. The girl with the bow glances sideways. "Marker," she says. Rafik nods grimly. "Seen them before. It means they're ahead." You scan the horizon. Nothing yet. But the valley is a natural choke point, open enough to travel through. but narrow enough to trap the unwise. The skull speaks clearly. You enter at your own risk. The boy walks ahead, stands by the stream, and looks down. We can't go around it, can we? You shake your head. Not unless you want to spend another 3 days wandering into the unknown. And you've had enough of that. You ford the stream one wagon at a time. The water's low, but the rocks underneath make the wheels lurch and buck. Twice, the oxen nearly lose footing. The girl walks beside them, soothing them like she's done it 100 times. On the far side, the road, if you can still call it that, curves gently up a ridge. You take it slowly. The wind picks up as you climb, colder now, harsher. Then, as you crest the rise, you see it. A camp, down in the valley below. Not large, just a few tents, low and round, like dark mushrooms sprouting from the grass. Smoke curls from one. Horses graze in a tight ring nearby. A small fire glows in the center, and beside it, a group of men sit, unmoving. Mongols. 5, maybe 6. One of them stands as you watch, walks toward the edge of their camp, and faces your direction. No panic, no alarm, just acknowledgement. They were expecting us, the girl says. You nod. Of course they were. You remember the note. You are delivering. This is the destination, or part of it. You descend slowly, not because you're trying to be cautious, but because it feels right to approach on their terms. There's a strange comfort in the clarity. No more guessing, no more shadows in tall grass, just men. Fire, cold wind. You stop the wagons at a polite distance, 50 yards, maybe less. One of the riders walks forward. He's young, barely older than the girl. His armor is patchy, lamellar mixed with leather, but his posture is perfect. Straight spine, relaxed hands, a bow slung casually across his back. He stops 10 paces from you. Then, in slow, careful Persian, he says, "You may rest here. You will not be harmed." You blink. No threat? No payment demanded? The words settle on your skin like frost. Why? You ask. He gestures at the caravan. Because you have carried the message. You don't respond. Not right away. He continues. The others saw you pass. They were told not to shoot, to let you walk. So this was all planned? You ask. He shrugs. The Khan sees more than you do. It's not an answer, but it's the only one you'll get. He gestures toward the fire. You may eat. One night only. At dawn, you leave. You nod, slowly. The others begin to unpack, warily, mechanically. The girl keeps her bow across her lap. Hamid eyes the fire like it might explode. Rafiq hobbles off toward a patch of shade and sinks to the ground. You sit by the fire last. The riders don't speak. They pass bread and dried meat. A skin of fermented mare's milk. You sip it. It tastes like vinegar and regret. The boy eats beside you, silently. Eventually, one of the Mongols speaks. Not to you, just aloud. In another valley, 10 days ago, a merchant fled our patrol. His horse broke its leg. We found him weeping beside it. He offered us coin, maps, gold thread. We took his tongue instead. The words hang there, not angry, not triumphant, just true. You glance at the speaker. He doesn't even look your way. They don't need your reaction. They just need you to remember. You finish your food and pull your cloak tighter. Sleep comes easier than it should, because for the first time in what feels like forever, you're not waiting for hooves. You're surrounded by them. And somehow, that's less terrifying. At least now you know. You're not hunted anymore. You're just expected. Section 22. Morning comes with a kind of stillness that feels arranged, too clean, too quiet, as if the land itself has been politely asked to behave. You rise from the hard ground and blink against the pale light filtering over the ridge. The Mongol camp is already awake, their horses saddled, fires doused. No words, just movement, precise, efficient, rehearsed. The young rider who greeted you last night stands by his horse, hands clasped behind his back. When you make eye contact, he nods once. No smile, no menace, just a confirmation. You're still part of the plan. The others stir. The girl stretches. Arrow bag slung lazily over one shoulder. Eyes never leaving the riders. Rafik grunts as he stands. His knee has stiffened overnight. The boy packs the last of the food, wrapping it in cloth with small, careful hands. You eat in silence. No one asks if it's safe to stay longer, because the silence isn't permission. It's a countdown. By the time the sun has fully broken the horizon, your wagons are rolling again. The riders don't follow. But you know that means nothing. The road that unfolds ahead looks the same as all the others. But now, every step feels like it's part of a stage. The terrain doesn't just stretch, it presents. Hills curve like amphitheater rows. Trees stand like sentinels. The sky, and pitiless, watches every move. You glance behind more often now, not because you're afraid of being chased, but because you're afraid of being evaluated. There's a theory, fringe but persistent, that Mongol commanders used psychological pressure not just on armies, but individuals. That even when they weren't present, they left just enough signs, just enough patterns to make a person feel seen, to nudge a mind towards surrender before a blade was ever drawn. You believe it now, because you're not scared in the old way anymore. You're scared in a shaped way, a curated fear. At midday, you pass through a narrow defile between two hills. The rocks on either side are tall and sheer, like jagged books opened to the sky, and etched into them, barely visible unless you know to look, are dozens of arrowheads, stuck into cracks, arranged, not fired, placed, each one pointing inward toward the pass. The message is obvious. We could have killed you here. We didn't. The boy stares up at the arrows. Why do they do this? You glance down at him. To let us know we're not in control, you say. Rafik, who has caught up beside you, adds, or to remind us that mercy isn't free. You nod. You don't know which explanation is worse. By late afternoon, the land opens up again. A rolling plain of low grass and scattered trees. You see smoke in the far distance, thin columns, too regular to be wildfires. A settlement, perhaps. But you don't head toward it. You veer west, following the signs only you seem to recognize now. A notch in a tree, a stone set at an angle, the twitch of the tethered horse that still walks behind the second wagon. Every marker says the same thing. This way. The girl falls into step beside you. What's waiting for us? You shrug. Another camp. Or a town. Or a judgment. She raises an eyebrow. A judgment? Think about it, you say. They marked us, fed us, guided us, all without killing. And now they want to see what kind of message we turned into. You can't believe how calm you sound. But it's true. You're no longer just travelers. You're an example. The Mongols don't waste survivors. They weaponize them. Historians still argue whether this tactic was formal doctrine or improvisation, whether patrol leaders were instructed to shape fear, or whether the practice grew naturally from necessity and sadism. Some say Genghis Khan himself ordered that survivors be turned into living stories. Others believe it was lower commanders innovating terror on the fly. But the result was the same. Fear that spread before the armies arrived. You cross a wide stream just before dusk. Not deep, but fast-moving. The girl wades across first, bow slung high. The boy follows, slipping once, but recovering. Then, it's your turn. As you ford the water, cold wrapping your legs, you spot something beneath the surface, shiny, gold-tinted. You reach down, drag it up. It's a coin. Not local. Mongol minted. One of the early ones, with Chinese characters on one side and a Turkic inscription on the other. You show it to the girl. Where'd they even get this? She asks. Everywhere, you say. They're not just conquerors. They're collectors. You pocket the coin, because somehow it feels like part of the story now, like it belongs in your hand as much as the reins. You climb the far bank. The path widens. Grass gives way to packed earth. And there, at the top of the rise, you see it. Smoke. Not scattered this time. Chimneys, tents, people. A settlement. Mongol banners flutter in the distance. Plain, black, and white. Symbols you've learned to fear in silence. You stop. So do the others. The boy stares at the town, like it's the end of a dream. The girl lowers her bow. Rafik sighs. Not relief. Something else. They're not chasing anymore, because you've arrived. And now, the real fear begins. Section 23. You take your first steps toward the settlement, like someone approaching a courtroom, not a town. Your feet feel twice as heavy. The ground feels tilted. Even the air has changed. Less wild, more measured. Like it's been trained to behave in the presence of command. The banners flap in the breeze, each marked with Mongol tamgas, personal seals of nobles and commanders. You've seen sketches of these before, but they always felt like symbols from a different world. On parchment, they were just ink. But here, fluttering above a real place with real consequences, they feel more like verdicts than flags. You pass the first checkpoint, unchallenged. 2 guards watch silently from horseback, dressed in quilted armor and rawhide boots, bows slung low, quivers resting at their hips. They nod in greeting, in acknowledgement, like they've been waiting for you, like they've already read the script. You nod back. The girl keeps her bow lowered, but within reach. The boy holds on to the side of the wagon, like he's afraid the earth might fall out from underneath him. The settlement is small, but meticulously arranged. Round, felt yurts form neat rings, with wide paths in between. No clutter. No wasted space. Horses are tied in orderly rows. Fire pits are spaced perfectly apart, the smoke rising in identical coils, like trained dancers. You see children here, running, barefoot, laughing, and you feel your brain refuse it. Because laughter doesn't belong here. Because children shouldn't be safe where the air still smells of conquest. But they are. Because this is a center, not a battlefield. And that might be worse. A man steps forward. He's tall, broad-shouldered, with a fur-lined cloak and a gold-trimmed belt. His face is unreadable. He doesn't wear a helmet, but he doesn't need one. His presence does all the armor work. He gestures for you to stop. You do. He scans you, the wagons, the people with you. Then, in your own language, calm and clear, he says, "You are the ones marked at the rock pass?" You nod. "Then come. Leave the carts." The girl hesitates. "She comes too," you say quickly. He narrows his eyes, considers, then nods. One weapon only. She unhooks her bow, hands it over slowly, and follows. You leave the boy with Rafik and Hamid. The older men lower their eyes, unwilling to draw attention. Smart. You walk through the inner ring of the camp, and the contrast hits you like a slap. Everything is spotless. Weapons oiled, armor hung in perfect lines, saddles stacked by size. The ground itself seems swept. This is no crude outpost. This is a military capital in miniature, and you're in its heart. You pass warriors, cleaning arrows, feeding dogs, mending tack. Some glance at you, but most don't bother. You're not special. You're just another piece in a game already decided. The man leads you to a large yurt, taller than the rest, painted with geometric patterns. He opens the flap and gestures inside. You duck your head and enter. And there, at the far end of the tent, sits a woman, young, maybe 30, sharp eyes, dressed in dark robes, trimmed with red thread. She doesn't rise. She studies you for a long time. Then, "You've come far." You nod. "Not by choice." She smiles faintly. "No one does." There's a long pause. She gestures to a seat. You sit cross-legged on the rug. The girl sits beside you, shoulders tense. "I've heard of you," the woman says. "You were the caravan that split, took the shortcut." You say nothing. "Smart," she adds, "but too slow." Your jaw tightens. "We let you walk because others need to see you. You understand this?" You meet her eyes. "Yes." "Then you know you're not here to bargain. You're here to testify." There it is. Not a trial. A performance. You are not a prisoner, not a guest. You are a living exhibit. You glance at the girl. She's breathing slowly, carefully. The woman continues. "Tomorrow, we send you to the southern fort. You'll tell them what happened, what you saw, how you survived." You nod again. "And if I don't?" you ask. Her smile widens just a little. "You're not being asked. There's something surreal about all of this. You expected swords, fires, screaming, not paperwork and testimony. But this is how the empire works now. Not just by fear, but by organization. Historians still marvel at the Mongol intelligence networks, how they mapped entire regions through stories, informants, messengers, how they captured the narrative before the army even arrived. You're part of that now, a walking piece of propaganda. And what makes it unbearable is this. You're good at it. You remember details. You survived every scene. You can speak 5 dialects. You're exactly what they want. A human telegram, with just enough damage to be convincing. They've been training you this whole time, without ever saying a word. The woman stands. You'll be given food and horses. You'll leave at first light. You rise. The girl stands too. You ask, "And what happens after that?" She pauses. "Depends on how well you tell the story." You're escorted back to the outer camp as night falls. The boy runs to you. "What happened?" You kneel beside him. "We're being sent forward," you say. "We're the warning now." He frowns. "But we didn't do anything." "Exactly. That's what makes you perfect." Section 24. The sky is just beginning to soften into lavender when you wake. You've barely slept. No one has. Even the oxen seem restless, stomping their hooves in the dirt like they know they won't be needed today. The horses are already prepared. Mongol horses, lean and obedient, saddled before dawn, with packs of dried meat, water skins, and the faint metallic stink of anticipation. The woman from the yurt is nowhere to be seen. Instead, the young soldier from your arrival stands at the edge of camp, holding the reins of 2 horses. He nods toward you, then toward the horizon. No words, just direction. Time to move. You mount one of the horses. The girl swings up behind you. The boy rides with Rafik in one of the rear saddles. Hamid, still limping, climbs awkwardly onto another. It's clear no one's expected to come back. There's no ceremony, no farewell. The silence is its own kind of signature. As you begin your ride south, past the last row of yurts, past the campfire rings now turned to ash, you feel it again. That eerie sense of design. Like you're not traveling through land, but through intention. Every bend in the path feels shaped. Every open plain feels watched. The Mongols didn't just conquer territory. They choreographed it. After an hour of riding, you pass a wooden marker jammed into the ground. Another tamga, simple lines carved deep into the post. Beneath it hangs a strip of dyed leather. You slow your horse. This time, the message is clear. This road is sealed. Behind you, a world of survivors. Ahead, the audience. The southern fort, you've heard, is part garrison, part checkpoint, part theater. It's where envoys come, where captured governors are made to kneel, where rival warlords send sons as hostages. It's also where, so you've heard, truth is staged, and you are now part of that performance. By mid-morning, you spot another traveler, on foot, far ahead, stumbling slightly. As you close the gap, you realize he's alone, thin, dusty, face hidden under a shawl. A merchant? A deserter? He turns as you near, and you see the damage. His left ear is gone, scarred over. A punishment marker, common in the wake of a failed bribe or a false report. He stares at you with eyes that seem too old for his body. The boy tugs your sleeve. Should we stop? You do. For just a moment. The man says nothing. He doesn't ask for help. Doesn't even flinch when the girl reaches for her knife. Just watches with a numb calm. You nod once, and he nods back. Then you ride on. No one talks for a while. Everyone's thinking the same thing. He was a messenger, too. Once. And now? He's just proof that not all messages are welcomed. You pass a hill where vultures circle, lazy and wide. Below, a skeleton rests in pieces. No burial, no honor. Just sun-bleached ribs and what looks like the remains of a saddle. Horse thief, Rafik mutters. Or just too slow, the girl answers. Historians argue about Mongol justice. Was it random cruelty or ruthless order? Some say their punishments were excessive. Others say they were consistent enough to make cities surrender out of sheer calculation. Either way, the results were always the same. Compliance through demonstration. You're not sure which you prefer, being hunted by chaos or used by control. By early afternoon, you stop to rest at a stream. Crystal clear water. Cold enough to numb your fingers. The boy washes his face, sighing as he splashes. I miss walking, he says. You blink. Walking? Yeah, he says. Just walking. Without all of this. You understand? You used to travel for trade, for curiosity, for escape. Now you travel for an audience. As you sip from the stream, you spot something unusual. Tiny figures carved into the underside of a stone. You flip it over carefully. 5 faces, etched in crude lines, all looking west. It's not Mongol. It's older. A marker, maybe, or just art from someone long forgotten. You wonder if they were fleeing too, if they were also caught in someone else's story. You leave the stone as you found it. The girl crouches beside you. They'll want a good story, she says. You nod. And we'll give them one. Truth? You pause. Something like it. By evening, the fort comes into view. It's not as big as you expected. A square of stone walls, wooden towers at each corner. Flags fly, not high, but steady. The gates are shut, but they open as you approach, because again, you were expected. Inside, everything moves with a clockwork precision. Soldiers in pairs, blacksmiths working rhythmically, horses watered and brushed by the dozen. This isn't just a garrison. It's a machine. You're greeted by a scribe, not a commander, not a soldier. A thin man with ink-stained fingers and a half smile. He bows slightly. We've been told of your journey. His voice is warm, almost friendly. You distrust it immediately. He waves you forward. This way. You'll rest first. Then tomorrow, you'll speak. You don't ask to whom. You already know. To whomever needs fear. Whoever still hesitates. You're the show. You and the girl, the boy, the old men. Not as survivors, but as evidence. You sleep that night on straw mats, inside real walls. There's soup, bread, warmth, and not a single dream. Because dreams require freedom. And right now, you belong to them. Section 25. Morning at the fort arrives like a trumpet blast, wrapped in politeness. No shouting, no banging gongs, just the quiet clack of boots, the hiss of hot water, the muted shuffle of hundreds of lives running on a shared, silent schedule. The scribe from yesterday appears at your door, clean and unhurried, holding a tablet of bamboo strips tied with string. He smiles. It's time. You're led through the inner corridors of the fort. Narrow, clean, too straight to be comforting. The girl walks just behind you, hand brushing the edge of her tunic where a knife used to be. Her eyes are sharp, not anxious, not scared. Ready. The boy stays back with the others, guarded by a woman with a gold thread sewn into her sleeve. Probably an officer. Definitely someone who doesn't blink much. You enter the central hall. It's not grand. No high ceilings, no echoing acoustics. Just a square room with tiered benches, a fire pit in the center, and about 20 people sitting in rows like scholars at a lecture. Officials, scribes, one warrior, older, scarred, wrapped in a coat made of overlapping horn plates. His eyes pin you in place the moment you step inside. The scribe gestures. Stand there. You do. The girl joins you. The bamboo strips are rolled out. The scribe begins. What is your name? You answer, clearly, without shaking. Where were you born? You tell them. What trade? Merchant. How many wagons at the start? You pause. 7. How many people? You hesitate. 32. The room stays silent. The scribe nods, and his hand flicks quickly across the strips with a brush dipped in soot-black ink. You know this isn't for your benefit. These records will travel. These answers will be copied again and again until they become the official version. The questioning continues. Details, routes, markets, names of fellow traders. Then, when did you first see the riders? You glance at the girl. She speaks. 5 days into the shortcut. Did they engage? No. What did they do? They watched. Did you flee? No, you say. Not at first. We didn't understand yet. The questions go on. The Mongol tactics emerge through your answers like a charcoal sketch. Light touches at first, then darker lines, until the whole outline of their strategy sits visible before the panel. They didn't chase. They circled. They closed the roads behind you without touching you. They left signs, marks, symbols. Did you receive a bundle? The scribe asks. Yes. Contents, food, flint, a note. What did it say? The girl answers. You are delivering. The warrior at the back shifts for the first time. Not much, just a change in weight. But it's enough. He was waiting for that part. The scribe pauses, then turns to the others. They did as expected. Not a compliment, just a conclusion. One of the officials stands. Her robe is deep blue, her hair pinned with iron rods. You will travel west from here, she says. There is a city that needs reminding. You raise your eyebrows. Reminding of what? She smiles faintly. That fear rides faster than letters. There it is. Your destination. Your promotion, in a way. from survivor to signal. Somewhere, a walled city still thinks it can resist. Maybe it has food stores. Maybe it has an alliance. Maybe it believes geography is protection. But once they see you, your faces, your silence, the story that hangs off you like frost on dead leaves, they'll remember. They'll surrender. Because you are the beginning of the end. And you didn't even have to draw a sword. You're given a place to eat, to rest. The others gather around you later that night. The boy clutches the Mongol coin you found, rolling it between his fingers like a charm. Hamid is quiet, eyes distant. Rafik mutters prayers under his breath, not because he believes they'll save him, but because it's what his mouth knows how to do when his soul is tired. You sit with them, and for a moment, you feel like the caravan again. You almost expect someone to complain about prices, or offer dates, or challenge someone to a riddle contest. But no one does, because this isn't a caravan. It's a parade float for dread, a courier's cart with no message except, look what we didn't have to burn. Historians still struggle to track the lives of survivors like you. Most weren't named, weren't given scrolls or monuments. But occasionally, you find references. A broken merchant who spoke of flameless conquest. A mute boy who made a garrison surrender with just a stare. Most historians chalk it up to myth. But you know better. Because sometimes, survival is the most dangerous weapon of all. At dusk, you're summoned again. This time, it's just the scarred warrior. He says nothing for a long time. Then, in perfect Persian, you walked the path without breaking. That means something. You wait. He stands slowly, joints cracking under years of battle. Don't try to be a hero, he says. Be a mirror. You frown. A mirror? Show them their future. He walks away. And you understand. You're not the warning anymore. You're the reflection. And people don't fight what they already see in their nightmares. Section 26. You leave the fort before the sun crests the mountains. The sky is a bruised navy, and the light creeps in like a spy. Slow, cautious, never quite sure it's welcome. Your new escort, a pair of Mongol riders in leather and wool, ride ahead with unnerving calm. They barely speak. They don't need to. This isn't a convoy. It's a demonstration. You're given fresh horses, better than the last, smoother gait, sharper eyes. Even their breath clouds in perfect rhythm with each step. The girl rides beside you, her expression unreadable, but her hand never strays far from her belt. You notice she's tied a small knot in the strap of her tunic. A superstition, maybe. Or maybe just something to touch that isn't a weapon. The boy sits behind you again, arms wrapped around your waist. He doesn't speak. He just watches the horizon, like he's hoping to see something other than endless consequence. By midday, the terrain changes. Again. The trees are gone. The land opens into a wide basin, ringed by hills, like cupped hands. You spot something glittering in the distance. Metal. The city. It's still far off, but even from here, you can see the walls. Low and solid. Built for defense, not beauty. A cluster of towers rise near the center. Maybe a mosque, maybe a grain store. One of the riders gestures toward it. You arrive by dusk. It's not a suggestion. You continue at a steady pace. No rush, no panic. You are, after all, meant to be seen. The road is surprisingly smooth. Too smooth. As if it's been prepared. And that's when you realize it probably has. Because this isn't just a city. It's a stage. And you? You're the actors with blood on your boots and silence in your eyes. The girl glances at you. They're expecting something dramatic. You nod. Let's disappoint them. You mean it as a joke. But it doesn't land. The closer you get to the city, the more tension clings to your skin like sweat. You pass a burned-out watchtower on a hilltop. It's been there a while. Charcoal bones where wood used to be. A warning? A memory? No one explains. Then, about 2 miles from the city, you see the first signs of life. Peasants in the fields, harvesting quickly, eyes wide. They see you, see the riders, the wagons, and freeze. Some drop tools, others run. A few just stare. And that's the point, isn't it? You don't need horns or drums. You just need to exist. The riders don't speak to the villagers. They don't need to. Their silence amplifies everything. By the time you reach the city gates, there's already a crowd. Not large, not loud, just a cluster of faces. Watching, measuring. A man in a faded turban steps forward. Thin, nervous. Definitely not a soldier. The rider dismounts and speaks quietly to him. Too quiet for you to hear. The man listens, then turns to you. His voice trembles as he says, "You will enter. Tell them what you've seen." He's not in charge. He's just the one sent out to greet the inevitable. You ride in. The gates creak open with ceremonial slowness. Inside, streets lined with curious eyes, some hostile, some afraid. A few children wave until their mothers pull their arms down sharply. No one throws anything. That's a surprise, but it makes sense. You're not enemies. You're precedent. You're what happens when resistance becomes a bedtime story for cowards. They lead you to a public square, not the central plaza, a smaller one. Fewer escape routes, fewer surprises. The riders halt. One of them nods. This is the place. For what? You ask. For memory. They dismount, walk their horses to the shade. Then just wait. You and your companions stand in the center of the square, and gradually the crowd grows, not by command, by curiosity. What do survivors look like? Do they bleed? Do they cry? Do they look like us? A man approaches, gray hair, ink-stained fingers. A scholar, maybe. He looks at you, not unkindly. Is it true? He asks. You don't answer. Did they kill your caravan? Still, nothing. The girl meets his gaze. No. That's the point. He frowns. I don't understand. They didn't have to. A murmur passes through the crowd, like wind through dry leaves. No fire, no siege, just a few people riding into town with too many miles in their eyes. The scholar steps back, And then something strange happens. People begin to disperse, quietly. No orders, no panic, just awareness. Whatever story they'd been told, whatever hope they were nursing, it doesn't match the truth standing before them. Because you're not a tale. You're a confirmation. And for this city, confirmation is enough. By nightfall, a runner comes to the house where you're allowed to rest. He hands you a note, carefully folded. It reads, "They have agreed to open the gates when the banner comes. No signature, just the knowledge that somewhere a Mongol general is waiting to hear if his experiment succeeded." You fold the note and stare into the darkness. This time, no one speaks. No prayers, no stories, no dreams. Only this, the knowledge that you never fired an arrow, but you still helped conquer a city. Section 27. They send you away before dawn. No ceremony, no thanks, not even a parting glance from the gatekeeper. Just a small bag of dried apricots, 2 water skins, and a polite but urgent command. Please be gone before the people wake. Because now you're a ghost. A useful one, yes. A clean, bloodless ghost. But still, no one wants to look at the mirror for too long, especially when the reflection looks back with quiet judgment. You ride west with the same 2 Mongol riders, now seemingly more relaxed. One even hums under his breath, a tuneless, throaty sound that rises and falls like distant wind. It's oddly comforting. The girl notices it too. She doesn't comment, but her grip on the reins softens. The terrain is flat at first, then broken by rolling hills. You see bird tracks in the dust, a lone goat with a bell. The ordinary world has crept back into your periphery, like it forgot it wasn't invited. After a few hours, you stop by a thicket of trees near a dry stream bed. The lead rider turns in his saddle. There is a place ahead, he says. A gathering point, caravans, stories, and judgment. You raise an eyebrow. Judgment? He nods. Not from us, from them. Them being. He doesn't clarify, just nudges his horse forward again. As you ride, a new shape grows on the horizon, a wide camp spread across a shallow valley. Hundreds of tents, circular and pale, Mongol yurts, merchant pavilions, makeshift shelters of woven reed. A pop-up city, half military, half market. You've heard rumors of these places. Travelers call them whisper shields, places where word is shaped before being released. They're part news hub, part intelligence net, part psychological staging ground. Here, people don't just trade goods. They trade narratives. The rider leads you down into the camp. It's alive with motion. Horses being shod, letters being copied, campfires crackling under iron pots of mutton stew. No one looks surprised to see you. You suspect your arrival was predicted days ago. You dismount near a tent that's larger than most, its sides painted with a pattern of waves and stars. The second rider speaks this time. You will wait here. They will ask questions. Who are they? The girl asks. He doesn't answer, because by now you already know the answer. Whoever writes the story next. Inside the tent, you're offered tea, hot, spiced, and strong, the kind that clings to your throat like memory. You sit on thick rugs beside a brazier. The girl sits cross-legged, her eyes scanning every corner. The boy leans against you, already half asleep from the motion of the ride. Then they arrive. 3 of them. Not in armor, not in silk, just simple robes, dust-stained and travel-worn. One is an old woman with a voice like cracked leather. One is a younger man with ink-stained hands and a face like a question. The third is silent, face obscured by a veil. The old woman begins. "You've been through the eye," she says. You nod. "We've read reports, but they're only words. We want texture." You blink. Texture? The veiled one speaks now, quiet, precise. What did it feel like to be chased? You pause, because that question has claws. You answer slowly, choosing each word like it's a stone in a river you don't want to cross too fast. At first, it felt like coincidence, then like a pattern, then like God had a spyglass and a grudge. The ink-handed man smiles faintly, jotting notes on a wax tablet. "Were you ever certain they'd catch you?" "Yes," you say, "but only on the days they didn't try." "Why?" "Because that's when it felt like they wanted something." The woman leans forward. "What did they want?" You hesitate, then answer. "For us to arrive." The veiled one tilts their head. "You think they created your survival?" "No," you say. "They designed it." There's a silence, but not a disappointed one. They exchange glances. "Would you tell this to others?" the woman asks. You frown. "You want me to speak publicly?" "No," the ink-handed man says. "We want you to speak precisely, in rooms, in letters, in whispers." So it's official now. You're not just a messenger. You're a narrative engineer. You're what happens when a caravan becomes a chapter. Historians still debate whether these Mongol story camps ever existed as formally as legends suggest. Some say they were real, hubs of propaganda where survivors were polished into psychological weapons. Others think they were myths, convenient explanations for how fear spread faster than cavalry. But you're sitting on one of their rugs, drinking their tea, answering their questions. So your vote's pretty solid. By nightfall, they give you new clothes. Nothing fancy, just cleaner, lighter, less refugee, more informed witness. You're given a message pouch sealed with wax and no instructions except, "Carry this west." You don't ask what's inside, because you already know it doesn't matter. It could be a treaty, or a drawing of your face, or a single sentence that says, "They walked through fire and came out speaking silence." Whatever it is, it'll do more than you ever could with blade or banner. The girl holds her new tunic at arm's length. "They're dressing us like actors." You smile grimly. "That's exactly what we are." The boy finally speaks, voice small, but clear. "Do we get to stop one day?" You look at him, and you want to lie, but you don't. Maybe, when no one else needs warning. He looks down at his feet. That's his answer. You sleep beside the fire, your boots still on, the sealed message resting under your hand. Tomorrow, you'll ride again. Not to escape, not to trade, but to translate a message written in fear, delivered by survivors, and received with surrender. You're not the storm anymore. You're the forecast. Section 28. The next day feels less like a journey and more like an assignment. The instructions are simple. Ride west until you reach the next trade route, then veer north toward a town named Sarab. You've never heard of it. Doesn't matter. Your job isn't to know. Your job is to arrive. The message pouch stays tied to your belt, sealed in wax, stamped with a symbol you don't recognize. Something like a curved horn over a broken line. The riders from before don't join you this time. You ride alone, save for the girl and the boy, and a borrowed horse that behaves like it has opinions. The girl asks, "What if we open it?" You glance down at the pouch. "You want to?" you ask. She shrugs. "Not really. Just curious what kind of lie we're carrying." You don't open it, because you suspect the contents are irrelevant. What matters is that you carry it. You, the tired merchant, the haunted girl, the boy with silence in his eyes. That's the part that makes people surrender. You travel light now. One saddlebag between you, filled with dried cheese, hard bread, and a flask of mare's milk that smells like someone pickled regret. The terrain shifts again, rockier, with jagged outcrops and pale scrub grass. You spot vultures circling in the distance. They always know where to wait. By midday, you cross paths with another traveler. A woman, alone, leading a donkey, piled high with bolts of silk. She freezes when she sees you. Not out of fear, out of calculation. You see it in her eyes. She's trying to figure out if you're ahead of the Mongols or behind them. Before you can speak, she bows. "Did you survive them?" she asks. You pause, then nod. She exhales. "Then I'll turn south." That's it. One exchange, and her entire route changes. You didn't issue a threat. You didn't raise a weapon. You just existed. That's the power of being chased by Mongol horse archers. You carry the weight of pursuit long after the hooves stop. The girl looks back at the woman, disappearing into the horizon. "Feels wrong," she mutters. "What does?" "That we're useful." You understand. Being prey was terrifying. Being a tool is somehow worse. By evening, you reach a stone shrine beside the road. Just a small alcove carved into the hillside, decorated with dried flowers and a cracked wooden mask. The girl steps inside first. You wait. The boy kneels outside and begins stacking small stones. "What are you doing?" you ask. He shrugs. "They did this in my village. For the dead." You don't ask who he's thinking of. You know. Everyone. After a while, the girl emerges. Her face is blank, but her hands are trembling slightly. You don't ask what she prayed for. You suspect it wasn't peace. That night, you sleep beneath the stars, curled under your cloaks, the message pouch pressed between you and the ground. You dream, not of hooves or fire, but of people watching you from towers, windows, behind market stalls, always watching, always waiting to believe something about you. You wake before dawn and realize you've become a myth. Somewhere out there, a general will hear that the marked ones passed through. A merchant will whisper, "They say the survivors didn't even fight back." A nobleman will surrender, not because he lost, but because you walked through his gates without bleeding. Historians still argue how Mongol fear campaigns worked so precisely. Did they train storytellers? Did they bribe bards? Did they seed villages with rumor peddlers? Theories abound. But the simplest answer is this. They used people, the ones left standing, the ones who looked like you, half-broken, dust-covered, sharp-eyed, the ones who could answer, "What happened to the others?" with a long, silent stare. As you ride into Sarab the next day, you feel that silence rising in your throat again. The town is small, walls barely higher than a cart, but the guards are alert. You're stopped at the gate. A man approaches, narrow-faced, clean clothes, too nervous to be a soldier. He gestures at your belt. "That's a dispatch?" he asks. You nod. He glances at your faces. "How many of you?" "3, you say. "Now?" He swallows, then opens the gate. Inside, the streets are already tense. People stare. Whispers follow you like shadows. A child points. A merchant flinches. A dog barks once, then falls quiet. You're brought to a courtyard shaded by olive trees. An official appears. Robes, rings, too much perfume. He takes the message pouch with trembling hands and cracks the seal. He reads, then looks up at you. "You're dismissed," he says. "Food and rest have been arranged. Do not leave until we send word." "Is there a reply?" you ask. He stares at you. "Your arrival was the reply." You're ushered to a small house on the outskirts. Water basin, lentils, a mat for sleep. No locks, no chains, no praise, just space to wait. Because your job is done. You've done the damage. Just by walking. Just by being the answer to the question. What happens when they come? Section 29. They keep you in Sarab for 3 days. Not in a cell, but not exactly free either. You're hosted, watched, managed. A quiet kind of custody. Every morning, someone brings food. Flatbread, boiled eggs, goat stew. And every morning, they ask you nothing, because they already got what they needed. The message is working. You hear it in the way people speak in the street. Too quietly. You feel it in the absence of questions. No one wants to know you anymore. Not after they realize what you represent. You are now a threshold. One people cross in their minds, not with their feet. On the second day, a local woman brings a basket of fruit to your doorstep. Dates and figs. She doesn't speak, doesn't make eye contact, just sets the basket down and walks away fast. But the girl notices. One of the figs is sliced. Inside, a sliver of paper. You unfold it. 2 words. They surrendered. You don't need to ask who. It means the city before Sarab, the one where you stood in the square, watched, weighed, and absorbed. They opened the gates. No siege, no battle, just fear answering the knock at the door. The girl looks at you. "We didn't do anything." You nod. Exactly. It's not even guilt you feel. It's something stranger. Like when a thrown rock causes an avalanche, not because of its weight, but because of timing. You're that rock, and the hills around you are already moving. That night, the boy sits beside you with a scrap of charcoal and a plank of wood. He draws a horse first. Long legs, curled neck, wild tail. Then a face. Yours. But not as you are now. It's you, with a sword, with armor, with flame in your eyes. Is that how you see me? you ask. He shrugs. That's how they'll draw you one day. You stare at the image. It's wrong, but accurate. Because soon you'll become a story so inflated, no one remembers how quiet you actually were. Historians sometimes refer to silent incursions in the Mongol campaigns, regions that fell without a single arrow fired, cities that changed flags just from a rumor. These events are poorly documented, not because they weren't important, but because silence doesn't make headlines. But silence is remembered, especially when it comes with a face. On the third morning, a letter arrives, delivered on horseback, sealed with black wax. You're summoned, but not to leave, to listen. They bring you to the governor's house, a tall structure with blue tile and gardens trying very hard to survive the climate. You're escorted inside, a room with cushioned benches and arched windows. The governor is there. So is the man who received your message. And someone else. A Mongol. He wears no armor, no weapons, just a tunic of ash-colored silk and a belt lined with tools, quills, wax, string, an official courier, the real kind. He nods to you once. I'm here to confirm the outcome, he says. The governor clears his throat. The council has agreed. We will comply. Terms? Surrender, hostages, tribute, no resistance. The courier nods again, then opens a small scroll and begins writing. You glance at the girl. She whispers, "Why are we even here?" The courier speaks as he writes, "Because you were the cause, and we document causes." You stare at him. "I didn't make this happen." "No," he says. "You made it easier." When he finishes, he lets the ink dry, rolls the scroll, seals it with wax, then hands you a copy. "Your record," he says. You blink. What am I supposed to do with this? Keep it, burn it, show it, whatever suits you. You unroll it just enough to see the top. It names you. Not with your full title, not with family history. Just Witness, number 4. Beneath that, Path verified. Effect recorded. Influence sufficient. The words sound clinical, cold, but you realize they're a kind of metal. This is how they mark the tools that worked. That evening, back in your quarters, you stare at the scroll for a long time. The boy wants to know what it says. You don't tell him. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Because the words are simple. But what they represent is not. You're not special, not chosen. You just survived long enough to be rebranded. The girl lies back, arms crossed behind her head. "Are we ever going home?" she asks. You shake your head. "Home isn't real anymore," you say. "Only roots are real now." She exhales through her nose. "Then let's at least pick the next one ourselves." That's the first decision you've made in weeks. And it feels strange, like remembering your own name after being called by someone else's. That night, you don't dream of fire or flight. You dream of roads, all of them, sprawling like veins across a continent. And somewhere in the middle, a figure just like you, walking without looking back. Section 30. You leave Sarab with no escort, no seal, and no assigned direction. The scroll still rides in your satchel, but you've stopped touching it. It doesn't feel like it belongs to you anymore. It's part of the echo, not the voice. You choose to head north, not because it's safe, nothing is, but because the land opens wider in that direction. And wide feels better than closed right now. You follow a ridgeline that overlooks dry valleys and skeleton roads, and for once, you're not walking toward fear. You're walking toward space. The girl seems lighter. She jokes about the way the boy snores, and when you pass a bush of late-season berries, she picks a few and eats them without checking for poison. A small rebellion. A declaration that some things are still sweet. The boy hums as he walks. It's a nonsense tune, but it loops and loops like a chant that wards off memory. You find yourself humming it too. The next town is smaller, just a market stop between river crossings, but the tension hits you as soon as you enter. Not panic, not fear, expectation. People glance at you longer than usual. You hear murmurs. "Did you see the girl? That's the one from Sarab." Or, "The boy has the mark, just like they said." You have no idea what mark they're talking about. Maybe his silence has been rebranded as something sacred. You've become rumors now, and rumors travel faster than horses. At the market, a weaver offers you a bolt of cloth, no charge. "For protection," she says, even though it's just linen. Another man presses a dried fish into your hand. "For the road," he mumbles, not meeting your eyes. You try to pay, but they wave it off. You're not a person anymore. You're a symbol. It's strange how kindness feels like pressure when you know it's rooted in myth. You sleep in a hayloft that night, nestled between bundles of reed and straw. The girl watches the stars through a gap in the thatch. "Do you think they believe we're lucky?" You nod. "Or chosen? Would you rather be lucky or forgotten?" That question sits in the air a long time. The boy finally answers. "Forgotten," he says. His voice sounds older than his face. The next morning, a courier finds you. Not Mongol, local, thin, sunburned, out of breath. "You're needed," he says. "Where?" you ask. He hands you a scroll. You unroll it. It's not a message. It's a request. It says, "Come to the gathering in Nurin. Witnesses desired. Survival required. You are suitable." Below that, no name. Just a symbol. A crescent over a broken spear. You glance at the girl. "You want to keep moving?" She shrugs. "Better than being thanked to death." You head east. Nurin is 3 days away. The roads are rougher. Fewer travelers now. People are staying put, hiding, waiting to see what burns and what doesn't. On the second day, you pass a field of torn tents, abandoned, wind-whipped. A few bones, not enough for a massacre. Maybe disease, maybe panic. The boy says nothing, but he holds your hand the rest of the afternoon. By dusk, you reach an old way station. It's crumbling, but the walls still stand. You find a dry corner and make a small fire. As you warm your hands, the girl says, "You realize we're being collected, right?" You nod. She continues, "Like artifacts, except alive." That's not paranoia. It's the truth. They're gathering survivors, not to protect them, but to display them. Because seeing is more powerful than hearing. And you, whether you like it or not, are living proof. Historians debate whether the Mongols kept fear caravans. Groups of survivors moved from city to city to encourage surrender. There's limited evidence, just stories. But the pattern shows up too often to ignore. And when you are the pattern, speculation doesn't feel very speculative. On the morning of the third day, you see Nurin. It's not a town. It's a circle, a massive ring of yurts, tents, wooden stages, and fire pits. People are everywhere. Officials, merchants, warriors, monks, shepherds. It's like someone summoned every social class for a council. And you? You were invited. A young woman meets you at the edge of the camp. She wears a white sash and a blade with no hilt. "You're expected," she says. No surprise. You follow her into the heart of the camp, past rows of people sitting in semicircles, listening to storytellers, past fires where maps are being redrawn, past a platform where a man stands and shouts, "They rode through the mountain and never lost a man." You stop. He's talking about your group. He doesn't notice you. He keeps spinning the tale, adding flames, adding wolves, adding betrayal, and miraculous weather. The crowd drinks it in. The girl whispers, "Is that us?" "Apparently," you say. The boy looks delighted, and a little afraid. At the central tent, the woman with the sash nods to you. "Speak tomorrow," she says. "Tell it how you remember." You raise an eyebrow. Why bother if they already have a version? She smiles. Because truth still adjusts. That night, you sit by a fire in the center of this strange, massive gathering. And for the first time in weeks, someone looks at you, not with fear, not with reverence, but with interest. They want to know what it felt like. And you realize you're not just being remembered, you're being interpreted. Section 31. You speak just after sunrise. They give you a platform, not a grand one, just a raised wooden box surrounded by benches and cushions. A canopy flaps overhead. The crowd gathers slowly, sipping goat's milk tea and chewing stale bread. They look sleepy, curious, cautious. Not afraid. Not yet. The woman with the sash stands beside you. "Take your time," she says, "but be exact." You nod. Then you begin. You speak plainly, because plainness feels heavier. You tell them about the shortcut through the hills, about the fire left unlit, about the bundle placed in your path like an offering or a warning. You describe the Mongol riders who never spoke, never charged, never gave you the dignity of being hunted. You say, "We weren't prey. We were messengers, and we didn't even know it." You watch the crowd shift, not uncomfortably, thoughtfully, like they're turning the words over in their mouths, tasting for something deeper. You talk about the coins, the silence, the feeling that you were always seen. Then you stop and let it hang. The girl joins you on the platform. She doesn't speak in sentences. She tells a moment, one afternoon, one stare, one impossible realization. They wanted us to arrive. That was the goal. She's so matter-of-fact about it. Not dramatic. Just done. The boy doesn't speak, but he sits in full view, clean, alive, quiet. The The crowd can read him just fine. The whispers begin, soft, rippled, like wind through wheat. You hear snippets. They never even attacked. They didn't need to. The roads are part of it. It's working. You are doing what you were brought here to do. Transfer the weight. Later, a man approaches. Broad-shouldered, armor scratched and repaired more times than it was forged. "Are you here to warn us?" he asks. You shrug. "I'm just here." He doesn't argue, just mutters, "Then we're already late." By midday, people are forming lines, not to leave, but to speak to you. Some want the story again. Others want you to look at their maps. A few ask, quietly, what they should do. You don't answer those, because you're not a prophet, just a mirror. Still, one woman, a baker, flour still on her hands, leans in and whispers, "If I give up my son, will they spare the rest?" You blink. She doesn't. She's serious. And that's when you realize what kind of power you carry now. Not fire, not swords, choices. People are willing to shift their futures just to align with what you survived. You want to tell her no. You want to scream. But instead, you say the only honest thing you can. "I don't know." Historians sometimes question how much survivors of Mongol campaigns actually understood what they'd lived through. Could they see the big picture? Or were they just swept along by tactics too vast to grasp? But here you are, in the center of a manufactured myth, and it's very clear. Understanding isn't required, just presence. That night, the camp becomes a network of stories. Fires burn low, and groups form around those who know something. Someone says they met a woman from your caravan. Another says they saw the path you took, marked with horse bones and feathered arrows, each pointing forward. Each version is more stylized than the last. Your merchant wagon is now a 20-cart procession. The coin toss has become a test from the sky. One man insists the bundle you received contained a map written in cinders. You don't correct them, because even if you did, they wouldn't believe it. The girl leans close and whispers, "Do you think they're making a religion out of us?" You glance around, and honestly, it wouldn't be the strangest thing. The boy has a small group of children gathered around him. He's not speaking, just pointing to the stars and tracing shapes in the dirt. They follow his finger like he's sketching commandments. And maybe he is. At some point, a scribe approaches. Young, overeager, ink on his sleeves. "Can I write your name?" he asks. You pause, then shake your head. "Write the story," you say. "Leave the names blank." He looks confused, but nods, and you feel something ease in your chest. Because if the story travels without you, then maybe, just maybe, you can walk out of it someday, away from the echo, back into silence. But not yet. Tonight, you are still a function, a caution, a vessel. And every time you shift your weight on that platform, the world beneath you seems to lean, just slightly, waiting to see where you'll fall next. Section 32. You don't fall. You step down from the platform at dawn and walk straight through the camp without looking back. The people part for you like you're carved from some ancient myth, untouchable, unsmiling, wrapped in the scent of warning. The girl walks beside you, jaw set. The boy trails, holding a satchel of dried plums someone handed him with trembling fingers. No one stops you, because your story is finished here, or rather, this version of it is. Outside the ring of tents, the land opens again. You feel it instantly. The air gets wider. The noises fade. Only the wind has the courage to follow you. The girl finally exhales. That was a lot. You nod. We made it through. She snorts. We didn't do anything. And that's the unbearable irony, isn't it? You did nothing heroic. No blades drawn. No fire extinguished. You were just present. And that's why people can't stop talking about you. They're afraid they'll be asked to do the same, and they won't be able to. By midday, you're alone again. No fires, no couriers, no scribes asking for your final thoughts. The road becomes a suggestion, more than a path. You veer west into a valley spotted with wild olives and the half-dried remains of a seasonal riverbed. The girl finds a broken mill and decides it's shelter enough. The boy agrees by falling asleep instantly, wrapped in his cloak, one hand clutching a date pit like a charm. You sit just inside the ruined wall and stare out over the rocks and heat waves. And for the first time in weeks, your thoughts turn inward, because no one is watching. At least, you think so. You remember what it was like before all this. The caravan, the petty arguments over spice prices, the clatter of hooves and wheels, the smell of cumin and sweat. The boy's mother singing something off-key. The way the girl used to smile like she was plotting to steal the moon. All of it seems so small now. But it wasn't. It was life. Now, life has been replaced by purpose. And purpose, while useful, is exhausting. That night, you dream you're walking backward, across burned fields, past abandoned wagons, through the narrow pass where the air tasted of snow and tension. Back to the moment you saw the first Mongol rider. But in the dream, he doesn't watch. He waves, like he knows what you'll become. You wake up angry, at him, at you, at the whole machine of it. The girl notices. Bad dream. Just a reminder. She nods, unsympathetic. They come free with the job. You ride again the next day, but slower. No destination. No message. Just movement. You start to imagine that maybe you'll be forgotten now, that your image has already been molded and sent ahead of you, leaving the real you behind. But fate doesn't like loose ends. In the evening, you find a man waiting beside a trail fork. He's old, wears traveler's robes, no weapons. He holds a parchment. You don't need to read it. He speaks before you ask. They want you in Weimar. Who's they? He shrugs. Whoever listens when people whisper your name. You stare down the path. It winds through cliffs and disappears into the shade of something larger than geography. Duty, maybe. You say, "Tell them I'm done." He smiles, not mocking, just knowing. They'll ask again, he says, then walks away. You camp beneath a twisted tree that night. The stars seem suspiciously bright. The girl traces constellations with her dagger, carving lines into the dirt. The boy watches you both and says, "Can we go where no one's heard of us?" It's the first hopeful thing you've heard in days. You say, yes, because even if it's a lie, it's the kind that lets your bones rest a little easier. Historians still look for footprints like yours in records. Traders who became legends, refugees who became maps. They argue about names and timelines, but the truth is simpler. Some stories don't need books. They only need eyes. Eyes that saw. Eyes that feared. Eyes that passed the tale on. Tomorrow, maybe you'll turn south instead of west. Find a village with no walls, no scouts, no questions. Build something. Grow something. Become a person again. But tonight, you're still the reflection they all fear. Still walking, still carrying the silence that speaks louder than arrows. Still the one who wasn't caught, but was never truly free. Section 33. The South is quieter. No caravans, no couriers, no ruined camps whispering your name as you pass. You ride for 3 days and see nothing but wind-cut ridges, patches of thorn brush, and the occasional goat skull resting in the shade, like it died trying to think. The land feels different down here, older somehow, less interested in who you are or what you've done. It's a relief. The girl starts to hum again, little half melodies. Sometimes she gets a tune stuck in her head for hours, and the boy joins in with soft percussion, tapping 2 rocks together, like he's keeping time for something sacred. You don't stop them, because for once, you're not being watched. You're halfway through a canyon on the 4th day when you see it. A dust plume. Not large, maybe 2, 3 riders, but sharp and steady. It's the kind of dust that moves with purpose. You dismount and gesture for the others to stay behind. The canyon walls muffle sound, but you can still hear hooves ticking against stone. You wait beside an outcrop and let them come. When they round the bend, you step out. The lead rider reins in fast, startled. His companion does too. Both wear loose robes, faces wrapped against the sun. Not Mongols, traders, maybe scouts. You nod at them. They don't nod back. Instead, one leans forward. Are you the one from Nurin? You sigh. What are they saying now? The man dismounts, opens a pouch, hands you a folded cloth. It's not a letter. It's a banner. Black horsehair, stitched with red thread in a jagged line. You stare at it. Where did you get this? The man's voice is dry. They flew it outside Senkar 2 nights ago. The town surrendered before sunset. The girl steps up beside you. They're chasing us again, she says softly. No, you murmur. They're following. Because the banner isn't a threat. It's an announcement. The riders leave you with the cloth and a warning. More cities are folding. Messages passed by shadow, not by riders. Survivors speak your name. Some deny it. Others swear they saw your face in dreams. You stare at the banner as the wind lifts it. The red line writhes like a crack through stone. The boy tugs your sleeve. Will they find us again? You kneel to meet his eyes. Maybe. He nods. It's not fear you see in him anymore. It's fatigue. The girl says, if we ride east, we could lose them. You consider it. But then the ground shifts. Not physically, mentally. Something changes. Because for the first time, since all this began, you realize you're not the chased anymore. You're the signal, the storm flag, And wherever you go, the pressure drops. Back at the ruined mill that night, you try to sleep, but the wind keeps tugging at the edge of the tent like it knows you're not finished. You get up, step outside. The stars are vast and indifferent. You whisper, "I didn't ask for this." The darkness doesn't reply, but it doesn't deny you either. You look at the girl and the boy, both asleep now. They didn't ask for it either. And yet, here you are, dragging a legend behind you like a half-broken cartwheel, unable to tell if it's protecting you or poisoning everything you touch. Historians still don't know what to make of stories like yours. Some dismiss them as exaggeration, others elevate them as central to Mongol strategy. A few even claim the Mongols created figures like you deliberately, half heroes, half witnesses, used to accelerate surrender and destabilize morale. The truth, as usual, is less tidy. The Mongols didn't create you. They simply noticed you, and then stepped aside, so the world could fill in the rest. In the morning, you burn the banner, not out of defiance, out of exhaustion. You watch the horsehair curl and crackle, the red thread shriveling like an old scar. The smoke twists upward in spirals, and for a moment, you swear it forms the outline of a rider galloping into the sky. But it's probably just wind. Everything is, in the end. As you saddle up, the girl speaks without looking at you. "We go west again?" You nod, because west is where the fear goes. And maybe, just maybe, if you ride far enough, you'll reach the place where it ends. Section 34. West is harsher now. The heat hangs lower. The land tilts subtly against you, as if the whole earth has grown skeptical of your direction. Wind scours the road, stripping it of footprints. You find yourself riding not on trails, but on memory. Your own, and maybe someone else's. The towns become fewer. The ones that remain are quieter. You pass through a village where the streets are swept and the windows are shuttered. No one greets you. No one needs to. A child peeks from behind a doorframe and whispers, "They came." You don't ask who. The answer's always the same. You press on. The girl stops speaking for a day. Not sullen, just still. You wonder if she's waiting to feel like a person again. If any of you are. The boy hums sometimes, but only in the mornings. By noon, even he falls silent. And that's when you hear the hoofbeats. Again. But this time, they're not approaching from behind. They're circling. You stop your horse. The others do too. Dust plumes mark movement along the ridgeline. 1, 2, 4, 6 riders. You squint. Mongol gear. Lean horses. Long shadows. They don't charge. They don't speak. They're waiting. The girl reaches slowly for her blade, then pauses. "They're not here for us," she says. You nod. "They're here to see if we're still doing it." Still doing what? Being seen. Because that's the only test that matters. You turn your horse slightly, lifting your chin, letting the late sun catch your face. The lead rider watches, and then, just like that, nods. They peel away without a sound. No arrows, no commands, just the confirmation that their tools still work. The girl exhales, like she's been holding her breath for days. They're measuring us. They always were. That night, you camp in a dry ravine, sheltered by rocks stacked like forgotten books. You light a small fire and boil wild onions with lentils. It's the first hot meal you've made in a week. You eat in silence until the boy finally asks, "What happens if we stop?" You look at him. He continues, "If we just don't go to the next town. If we stay here, hide." The girl answers before you do. Then they'll find someone else. Because the machine keeps turning, and all it needs is one spark. You were just the first flame. Historians still debate the psychology of Mongol propaganda. How did fear become a currency? Was it organized or instinctive? Was it carried by officers or by survivors? What they miss is this. It wasn't just fear. It was expectation. Once people believed the Mongols always won, they stopped fighting to prove otherwise. And people like you? You're the evidence. The footnotes that make the story airtight. You sleep under the stars again, but restlessly. Your dreams are short and fast. Faces without names, maps made of teeth, wind that speaks in the voice of the first man who died beside you. You wake before dawn and decide. Not aloud, not dramatically, but the way you decide to breathe deeper after choking. You'll keep going, but not forever. You whisper to the girl, "We'll go to one more place." She doesn't ask which. She just nods. Because you've both known this would end, eventually. Even stories wear thin. By midday, you reach a river crossing. The current is low, sluggish with summer. You meet a ferryman who looks like he hasn't blinked in years. He eyes you, then nods slowly. "You're them." You don't reply. He lowers the raft into the water. You cross without speaking. Midway, he mutters, "The town ahead heard you were coming." You ask, "Did they send anyone?" He chuckles. "Just a letter." He hands it to you, unsealed. You unfold it. It reads, "There's nothing left to burn. Come, if you must." The girl reads over your shoulder. "Sounds promising." You fold the letter carefully and tuck it away, because in some warped, exhausted corner of your heart, you're almost grateful for the honesty. When you reach the other side, the wind shifts again. But this time, it feels less like pursuit, more like release. Section 35. The town is called Halem. No walls, no towers, just flat roofs, clay courtyards, and silence. You arrive in the late afternoon, and even from the edge of the main road, you can feel it. This is a place that's already made its decision. The shops are shuttered, but not in panic, just disuse. The kind of closing that comes after a long, slow conclusion. A boy greets you at the gate. Not the silent kind, not the prophetic kind, just a boy, 8 or 9, dirt smudged, missing a sandal. He looks up at you and asks, "Are you the end?" The question is too big to answer. You nod anyway. He points. They left a room open for you. And then he walks away. The room is part of a low building near the edge of a dried fountain. There's a bed, water, some lentils and flatbread, a window without glass, just a cloth curtain stirring like it's breathing. No crowds, no scribes, no questions. For the first time in what feels like months, no one needs you to explain what happened. They've already heard it, lived it, internalized it. Halem hasn't been attacked. but it surrendered anyway. Not to the Mongols, but to the inevitability of something. You spend a quiet evening watching dust curl in the corners. The girl joins you. She doesn't sit, just leans in the doorway and watches the horizon darken. "You think they'll come?" she asks. You shrug. "Not tonight." She tilts her head. "And if they do, then we're just here." She nods. Feels like the right place. And somehow, it does. Later, a man comes to your door, older, a limp in one leg. He hands you a folded sheet of parchment. "You'll want to see this," he says. You open it. It's a list. Names of towns, some crossed out, some circled, one underlined in red. Sarnath. You point. "Why this one?" The man answers. "That's where the Mongols stopped." You raise an eyebrow. "Stopped?" He nods. Didn't advance, didn't burn, just paused. That's not normal. The Mongols don't pause, unless there's a reason. The man smiles faintly. "Thought you'd be curious." And suddenly, you are. Because if this whole journey has been one long unraveling, one slow turning of the world inside out, then maybe Sarnath is the thread at the center, the place where it all ties together, or where it finally snaps. You sit with the idea until night falls fully. The boy lies curled in a corner, the girl asleep on the cot, and you're still awake, still listening. Because you've been chased for so long, it's hard to know how to stop. But here's the strange thing. You're not afraid anymore, just watchful. You stare at the letter again, at the town names, at the red underline, and in your bones, you feel something shift. Not like before, not the dread of being prey, or the tension of being turned into a message. Something else. Something like closure. You're not done running, but you are almost done telling. And that, somehow, is heavier. You stand, stretch, wrap the scroll. Tomorrow, you ride to Sarnath. Not because anyone sent you, not because it will change anything, but because that's what you do when the road runs out. You find another. And maybe, just maybe, this one will lead you home, wind down. The fire's almost out now. The coals glow soft and steady, like old eyes that no longer need to blink. The road behind you is long, worn, and filled with echoes. Each footstep a story, each glance over the shoulder a memory you didn't ask for. But tonight, you rest. No more riders circling on the horizon. No more towns folding in silence before you arrive. Just the whisper of wind through the dry leaves and the distant cry of something wild and free. The girl sleeps, breathing deep. The sharp edges of fear worn down into something quieter. The boy stirs once, then curls tighter beneath his cloak. Even in dreams, he's learning what safety sounds like. And you? You sit still. Not because you're waiting, but because you're finally not. You've carried so many messages, worn so many masks. Let yourself be shaped and reshaped by people who needed your survival more than your truth. But here, in this hour before dawn, none of that matters. You are not a symbol, not a myth, just a soul that made it through. Breathe deeper. Let your heartbeat slow. The riders are behind you. The stories can wait. Let the last images soften. Dust rising in golden light. A hilltop untouched by war. The quiet joy of not being seen. And as sleep pulls you gently downward, remember, you were never just what chased you. You were the one who kept walking. And that, friend, is more than enough. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.